Okay, now we will officially call to order the Tuesday, December 13th meeting of the regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And again, we want to thank everyone. We want to thank everyone that responsible for bringing the Monty High School Choir here to set a great tone for us as we go into this meeting. There are people from out of town in the audience presenting for agenda items 5.01 and 5.03, and we want to make sure that they get back over I-80 before dark, so we're going to reorder those items as appropriate on the agenda. Just a note from my colleagues. Now we're called to order, and we will have our roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Ryan Gonda.
Here.
John Mayer.
Here.
Diane Nicolette.
Here.
Howard Rosenberg.
Here.
Lisa Ruggiero.
Here.
Angela Taylor.
I am here.
And our student representative is absent. I'm Veronica Frankel. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For our Pledge of Allegiance today, we're going to have Trustee Lisa Ruggiero lead us in the pledge on today.
Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Ruggiero. JJ, do we have any public comment cards to start?
We do.
Okay, please.
Jeff Church.
Welcome, Mr. Church. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. What a wonderful presentation. And first of all, Merry Christmas to everyone. Second of all, I want to thank all the outgoing members for their service. While we don't always agree eye to eye, I have the utmost respect for everybody. I know you're not in it for the money, so thank you very much, especially Dr. Rosenberg, who dedicated his life, as I said before, to education. So thank you all very, very, very much. Nothing real negative today. I just want to make sure that the present board, the new board, keeps a strong fiscal oversight on spending now that WC1 has passed. And personally, I'm going to be volunteering for both the oversight and or the protection committee, so I hope that I'm considered for that. I also hope that either this board or the new board opens that up entirely to new people, so the other people can still apply, but I'm hoping that everybody gets a shot at it now that it's become so vitally important. And I do urge the board at some point to rescind the policy that requires that both the oversight and the protection committees be one and the same. That really degrades and treads on the rights of Sparks, Washoe County, and Reno to select who they want. And if they want a different commissioner or council member to serve on the oversight than the protection committee, then they should have that right. That shouldn't be dictated to them, so I hope the board does look at that. And I do notice on the agenda that you've got 3 different architectural firms selected for some work. That's great. I hope it did go out to bid. I hope that it's not selecting 3 to avoid some kind of a bid process, but that those are the low bidders for all 3. And finally, as you leave, I do hope that they do address Mr. John Esposito's concerns about the student issues that he brings to the board. I think it's time that those be addressed, and I read about that. It finally made the front page of the paper. So once again, I hope you consider those items, and thank you all for your service, those of you that are outgoing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Church.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, good afternoon. You know the routine, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is John Eppolito. I'm the president of Protect Nevada Children. Back to that anonymous donation for social and emotional learning a month or 2 ago that we learned the board did not know who gave that $250,000. It was CASEL, the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. CASEL is very connected to AIR, the American Institute for Research. Remember, AIR is one of the entities that will be getting the raw SBAC data. If you watch the video I sent you back on November 2nd and November 5th that was filmed on November 1st in Washington, D.C., you'll realize 2 things. One, how connected AIR and CASEL are. And 2, one of the goals of both of these entities is to assess social and emotional learning. In other words, quote, track deaggregated student data. Even though the official district response to our questions about the anonymous donor was that they will not be obtaining student data, I think this board should investigate that claim because my research indicates otherwise. In fact, at the mini conference a month or so ago, the lady from Castle, when she was here in Washoe County, Ann McKay Bryson, I think was her name, she told me a part of the SEL was assessment. But since then, she's quit replying to my emails. Not sure why. If you don't believe me, watch the video for yourself. You'll hear Castle and Air tell you in their own words exactly what they're up to. I believe Dr. Dye watched it. I'm going to resend it to you. It's just over an hour. I think you all know that I do a lot of research, and if you didn't know already my history that I do research, and I think most of you at least believe what I'm telling you, at least we may have a different opinion on the outcome, but you know I do the research. AIR, the history of AIR. This is a very disturbing organization. In 1946, John Flanagan founded AIR. Prior to that, Mr. Flanagan was the chief psychologist involved in the eugenics experiments via the Pioneer Fund in the late 30s and 40s. The stated purpose of the Pioneer Fund was to, quote, increase the birth rate among superior groups. I will email all of you the document to support that statement. Knowing this and watching that video, you will probably be or you may be as creeped out by one of AIR's speakers as I was. That was the man named David. Please research this yourself and see if these are the type of people you all want allowed to access our 64,000 students, and I think some of you will decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. Any further public comment cards, TJ? Not at this time. Okay, we're going on. I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda, keeping in mind that there are a couple of items that we will move accordingly so that our out-of-town guests can get over the hill while it's still safe to do so.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. And we will begin with board reports. We're going to start with you this time, Dr. Dye.
My pleasure, thank you. 3 things I just want to share. I had the pleasure of attending the Social and Emotional Learning Mini-Conference at AACT. One of the sessions I attended was called Math Mindset. And just very quickly, I'm of a mind that if I had had the math teacher when I was young that presented that session, I would probably be a mathematician. Who knows, maybe I'd be a rocket scientist, but she was absolutely fabulous. And what I want you to do is when you have a minute, either on a calculator or on your phone, I want you to pick 3 digits. This is really pretty cool. I want you to pick 3 digits. I picked 333. And I want you to times it by 7, times 11, times 13. And I want you to see what happens. Let me say that one more time. Pick any 3-digit number. And then I want you to multiply it by 7, multiply that number by 11, multiply that number by 13. And you'll see the most miraculous thing happened. And my point being is that math is so much fun. And when it comes to social emotional learning, how many of us know adults and young children, students, who say they're not good at math? But let me tell you, you can be with the right resources and the right teachers, and fun games like that lady had us go through that evening was fabulous. Makes me want to go back and do math all over again. Second thing I was able to attend with my date trustee mayor was the military ball. It was an honor and a pleasure, and we shook I don't know how many hands of these young students in JROTC. Future leaders. It was a pleasure, and apparently it's one of the most largest number of attending, events like that. superseding any proms and anything like that. There were 2,400 attendees. It was absolutely wonderful. And then tomorrow I will have the pleasure of participating in my last parent involvement and family engagement meeting as a trustee for Washoe County School District. It's a state committee, and they do wonderful work, and they truly are focused on parent involvement and family engagement, and really good things happen as a result to their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dye. Trustee Rosario.
I don't have a lot to report. We had a rough week last week, and it's nice to hear Dr. Dye talk about different things happening in the school, but my focus is obviously, you all know, school safety. And so as my last regular board meeting, I want to express my deepest appreciation to the staff, the community, superintendent, President Taylor, who's talking. I'm trying to give a heartfelt speech, and she's talking. Just kidding. Anyway, I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be very much involved with the school district, and very honored to be involved, and very grateful to everyone for my time on the school board. And so thank you all, and I'll see you soon. So.
Thank you, Trustee Rosario. We do have one more meeting, the special meeting on the 20th. Okay. Vice President Mayer.
Yes, I'd just like to echo what Dr. Dye said, that ROTC ball is really something, and the kids are just magnificent. And we talk about diversity and inclusion and things like that. One of the school's king of the ball, voted by his fellow ROTC members at Reno High, got up and won as the king, and handicapped boy, and all the girls lined up to dance with him. And in fact, you'll remember at Spotlight on Success, the girl that was being honored mentioned that was her highlight of the ball, was to dance with him. And I just think that that's so neat. And I really enjoyed Spotlight on Success because of the championship soccer teams, 4A and 3A both, and those kids are magnificent. Jesus came up to me afterwards and told me that he's going into the finals this next week, I think it is, but he's got a 3.9 grade point average, and he's sent applications to every service academy available. And of course, I helped him write one to Air Force, because Air Force veteran, I hope he goes there. And then at the Christmas parade in Sparks, I don't know if people realize how many students participate in the parade. A lot of Boy Scout troops that are sponsored by schools and let them meet in the schools, and the bands and everything. It was just great. And then the food drive, I didn't get up early like some of you, you know. I don't like frost. So when I got there, it was almost over, and what an experience to see the response from the community to assure people that have food to eat. And somewhere I read that if you donate to the food bank $200, it's a heck of an amount of
That'd be 600 meals.
yeah, 600 meals, and so it was just tremendous to see all that, and the cash. Besides, people would come up with a pickup load of food and hand them a bunch of cash too, so that was great. And I just got to say, I know this isn't your last meeting, but it's been fun working with you folks. you're, when you get up to the Golden Gates, you'll get a extra crown in your, an extra jewel in your crown. And it's been really nice having you work with you, Lisa, as one of my former students, and I've known your family a long time and you for a long time because you were in first grade when I think it was like my 5th year of teaching. So I'm so proud of you and your success and continued success in the future.
Thank you, Vice President Mayor. Trustee Rosenberg, there's nothing going on in your life right now at the university.
Rather busy. However, I think it's important to recognize that one is never, ever too old to learn. I have made a number of mistakes over the years, and Steve put an arrow on it for me so I won't make it again. I'm going to miss him a lot. That's it.
That's funny. Thank you to Steve, and thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Clerk Frankel.
Thank you, President Taylor. Let's see, I too had the pleasure of going to the SEL mini conference, and I just want to thank Trish Schaefer and her team for the incredible job that they did that evening. We had members of the community there in addition to staff. I believe we had at least 80 different families represented there. They provided childcare for, I believe, 50 kids to make that possible for those parents to be a part of that evening, and we had quite a few staff from a variety of different schools there participating. I really enjoyed it, and I too was thrilled by the workshop that I went into. It started with a very creative activity that got us all involved and really thinking about what does it mean to solve a problem with others. And it was a great reminder of some of those 21st century skills that are going to make a difference for our young people going forward. Things like teamwork, collaboration, communication, creative thinking, and problem solving, among others. So I was really pleased to hear about that and learn more about what we're providing to our children in our schools. I also want to say something about Spotlight. The one thing I really appreciated, in addition to getting to see so many young faces from the 2 soccer teams that were recognized that night, was the fact that after they received their recognition, they stayed to recognize all of the other people who had received awards. Many times that doesn't happen, and these young gentlemen were tremendous examples of not just great athletes and great students, but also demonstrating some of those social and emotional skills of respect and leadership. So I just want to commend them for that. Last week I had 2 of the meetings that I represent our board on, including the Regional Planning Governing Board. We heard about the housing study that was in part funded by the district to provide information to support us in many of our decisions going forward. There's more to come on that, but I was extremely pleased and impressed with the information, and I know our team, including Pete Eckert and Joe Gabika and Mike Boster and Randy, whose last name is escaping me at the moment. Baxley, thank you, have done a great job working with the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency as part of that study, and I look forward to having that information brought before us sometime in the near future, because it does and it will continue to shed light and help us with decisions we have to make regarding school construction and planning. And finally, on Friday, I represented us on the Debt Management Commission, where we had a wonderful presentation, very professionally done, as always, by our CFO, Tom Szynski, and I want to thank him and Marty Johnson from J&A Consulting, Kendra Fault and Raya Henry from our bond legal counsel from Swenside and Stern. They did a tremendous job on the presentation. There was really very little issue, and we were provided the authority to issue $70 million in bonding authority for construction. So wanted to report that back to the board, and I know there's more to come, plenty of conversation to come with respect to construction going forward, including our meeting on the 20th. So that's my report. Oh, last thing. The reason I came racing in is my daughter is back from her first semester of college, which she just survived and did extremely well. So I just had to share that. I'm very excited that my daughter is back from Arizona.
Good job. One of our Washoe County kids done well. Done well. Thank you, Trustee Frankel, and then Trustee Ryan. Then we'll go to you, Katie.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot to share. I just wanted to thank President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and the fellow board members for the great opportunity it's been to serve in this seat temporarily. It's been an exciting 8 months, and look forward to continuing these associations. But it's been a great opportunity to see the dedication of staff and the community. Despite disagreements and things like that, there are dedicated people in this area to students and to education. I think that's great. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Gonda. Katie, thank you for coming in. We love to have a report from you.
There's not very much going on. I know that next week we have a meeting to start planning for the Student Data Symposium in February. So I'll have more information on that and pretty soon, and that'll be a really fun event. I'm excited for it.
Thank you, Katie. My report is such. I'm going to save my thank yous for the last meeting for those of you that are leaving your mark here in this district. I want to begin with a student, Casey, and I don't remember how to say his last name, from Hug High School, who had a chance to play with the Pink Martini. Reisinger, thank you. We got to enjoy it with Ever. I was there with Superintendent Davis was out of town. It was, sold out, that the new MGM, the new GSR theater. Pat Crowd, he did a great job, did a solo set. Just really did a great job, did all of us proud. And we were in the booth right next to his family, and oh my goodness, I think his dad cried. It was a big deal. I had never heard of the Pink Martini, but now they really do have a new fan because they're pretty good. I was like, who is this? Like, oh shoot, these guys are for real, they're good. Really enjoyed the show, but was really grateful to Beth McMullen and Art Town and to the Pink Martini, to that band, for allowing that opportunity for students. That's something I'm sure that he will never ever forget. I got a chance to attend the Air National Guard Award ceremony. They just invited many of us throughout the community, and I always look forward to any opportunities to partner with us, and certainly because many of our kids will end up as members of the Air National Guard. Attended the ACON meeting, African American Clergy Council of Northern Nevada, where Dr. Deborah Feimster, trustee-elect, Dr. Deborah Feimster, received an award for educational leadership. And so it was great to have her there. And there's a bunch of Feimsters, and so there's a lot of family members there. Well, there are a bunch of Feimsters. But it was just great to see her recognized for her past and future work in education. A couple other things just not mentioned. I did a quick interview on Nevada Newsmakers. It is a radio show. Many of you know of with Sam Shad, and it was good. They asked great questions just about the board moving forward. So it was great to have a good, positive radio interview just about what we're doing. I know Trustee Rosenberg has been on that show several times. I haven't been since on the radio, but I've done it several times on television, even before joining the board. And then the McQueen, I got a chance to attend my first and even judge my first debate tournament at McQueen High School. It was quite fascinating. And it's a long night, too. Those kids prepared very, very well. I did, it was all of that, so it was 3 different rounds, and they served dinner, and now I understand why, because you're going to be there for a little bit. But it was actually really fascinating. I was so proud of our kids, and I really look forward to seeing the second phase when they actually did. These were individual displays, and then on day 2, I understand, is when they debate as teams. And so I look forward to that. And then finally, and I know it's all of us, just remember to keep our thoughts and prayers towards the Hug High School community, that student and his family, of course, the officer and his family, just an overall terrible tragedy that happened here. So we just want to make sure that we continue to keep them in our hearts and in our prayers. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. And I'll start with that, too. I had an opportunity to visit Hug High School the day after on Thursday, and I can tell you that we always talk about resiliency in terms of student resiliency, but I can tell you the staff had resiliency. When I spoke to the staff that morning, 100% attendance of the staff, and they were in good spirits, ready to teach kids, and teaching and learning happened that next day. As you know, we've provided a variety of supports for the students and the teachers and staff there. Our heart goes out for all of the individuals involved, because it is a tough situation. And I want to shout out to Bishop Minogue, who tweeted out at a moment during that time that they stopped school and had a moment of prayer for us. And to me, that speaks a lot about our community. And so that was wonderful, and loads of people coming out and talking about, any kind of support we need, they'd be happy to give us. But we are a blessed district. and we'll move forward. I would like to also say this morning, I had an opportunity to spend time with the ever so effervescent mayor of Sparks, and he wanted to know if I've been checking on you, John. We both had an opportunity to meet and speak to the Reno Sparks Association of Realtors this morning. And a shout out to Kevin Sigstad. He served on our P-SORN group during this time, and he was the former president, and just a great group of people who really asked tough questions about our capital needs, but they supported that and just very supportive of the district. However, while there, something exciting was announced. The Nevada Housing Division, as we do this work on recruitment of teachers and all these things, we know that salaries are low, houses are high, and things, and they are introducing the Home is Possible for Teachers program. Teachers will go low interest rates, $10,000 to put down, that they do not have to pay back if they stay in the house 5 years. I've tweeted all that out, so you know I tweet out every day. So that's a great opportunity for our teachers to be homeowners. And then we went to UNR today for our annual When I Grow Up. Deputy McNeil attended with me. We once again had over 4,700 kids. I know there was a lot of kids. 4,500 kids all over the place. And the opportunity to be on the campus, if you've never been on the campus, it's just amazing. But each year this thing gets better. And we had an opportunity to walk around and actually see kids stop at the different colleges. I actually tweeted out a picture of our dear deputy at the College of Education grilling kids. But they got to talk about school, and some schools really went all out the way. They had sheets they had to fill out. So it was a learning opportunity as well as a sports opportunity. And anytime a three-pointer was hit at the buzzer, the kids went wild. And it's just a great opportunity when you think about our kids and what we're trying to do in our district. I also had an opportunity to speak at the NAACP last week. And that was a great opportunity to really engage with the community. What I am finding more and more as we continue to engage, we truly educate more people, and we also hear what we need to give back to them. So another great opportunity. Shout out to Jerry Smith and Gene Jones as part of the Redfield Foundation. Just so everybody knows, they sponsor that event. They pay for the buses. Kids get swag bags at UNR. So it is a huge, huge event if you have an opportunity to go. And then a special thank you to Trustee Mayor, because I was really busy last week and I missed my two nephews, and you texted me scores and stats. Thanks.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 3.01. This is our consent agenda items for possible action. All matters here, as we all know, are considered routine in nature, but any trustee can pull one if they so desire. And I know before we consider this, Trustee Gonda wants to make a statement.
As to consent agenda item 3.07, President Taylor, I need to disclose under NRS 281A.420 that I am a close friend with the owner of Triumph Electric. However, under NRS 281A.420, I have neither accepted a gift or loan regarding this matter. I do not have a significant interest in this matter, a financial interest in this matter, nor would a person in my position reasonably be affected by a commitment to the interests of another person. I do plan on voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonda. Seeing no further discussion, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 3.02 through 3.13.
So moved.
There is a move and a second at the same time. Discussion, Trustee Rosario?
No, I was seconding.
Okay, we'll take both motions as a move and second. Thank you, ma'am. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. And thank you, Trustee Gonda, for that disclosure. This is one of the items that we're going to reorder because of guests out of town. We're going to move agenda item 5.01 to be heard prior to agenda item 4.01. So agenda item 5.01, this is presentation, discussion, and possible action on the approval of the review of the implementation plan based on the original recommendations and the QAR, the Quality Assessment Review of the Internal Audit Department, and this was performed by Experience Finance. Experience Finance, as you may recall, as the board, they came in, did a review, and then our chief auditor, Ms. Ward, put an implementation plan together. And now we hear Mr. Jim Fox is here. And also, our chief auditor, Paula Ward, is here. I don't see that Jessica's here. Is she here with us? No. Okay, please. They're going to make my name's on here, but I'm just here to hear the presentation. Don't laugh, Paula. It's not that funny. I'm just here to listen. Okay. And then this is for possible action. Thank you. I would just start by saying this. Thank you for your work and for putting this together. A long time coming. So we turn the floor over to you, Ms. Ward. Do you want to begin?
I'm on.
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, trustees. Yeah, this is a long time coming. As you all know, that once I say that I'm following a certain standard, we have to have a QAR or a peer review done. And because we follow Yellow Book, we should have it done every 3 years. So this was our initial one. And Mr. Fox was hired by you to perform that review. And you heard the report back in March, I believe. And so I put together an implementation plan after that, once you accepted the report. And this is the results.
Right. So we were engaged. Thank you.
Sure.
We were engaged to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Weaver, would you just give us your name for the record?
Jim Fox, Experience Finance.
Mr. Fox, thank you.
Yep. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No, thank you.
We were engaged to review the implementation plan Paul had put together to address the report that we had done earlier in the year that had been submitted to the board and accepted by the board at that time. We also, first I want to say thank you to Paula for her support during the process and interaction she provided. We had meetings, she provided documentation to show the status of items that she had implemented, and based upon discussions we had with her, we made changes that resulted in the final report. She also provided management responses too. Just to also highlight, in the report, approximately 9 recommendations were implemented, 3 were partially implemented. So 12 of 20 items were implemented or partially implemented. Another 2 items are in the process of being implemented. Mm-hmm. Not all items within the plan are within internal audit's control. Some of them are items that require action or consideration by the board. Mm-hmm. And then there was 9 items that were no longer applicable or didn't require implementation that we've gone through. So we also, as part of the engagement, based upon board requests in the future, would perform a 6-month follow-up as determined necessary by the board. Mm-hmm. So.
Are there any items in particular you think might be noteworthy for the board? This is for either you, Ms. Ward, or Mr. Fox. I know we all have the report and hopefully have reviewed it. Again, I appreciate all the hard work. A lot of hard work was done, and just it was done with Paula working in Ms. Ward working in consultation with Ms. Weaver, who's on Mr. Fox's team, and so I appreciate the work that's been done and the progress that's being made. And anything in particular you think that might be noteworthy for the board, either Ms. Ward or Mr. Fox?
I think the report is fairly self-explanatory. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's, we did go through discussions to get to this point, and mm-hmm. represents the follow-up status, I think well. So unless there are any questions, I didn't really have anything else to add, or unless Paula would like to add something.
Please, thank you.
I'm not sure if you have questions. I know that throughout the report, as I stated in the initial report, I said no change when I felt that that was already in place, or if there were areas that, although I don't follow what we call the Red Book or the Institute of Internal Auditors standards, I said, well, I'll put this in place because, it's good practice. And I said that I use them as guidance, and as you'll see in the policy that I'll be presenting sometime today, that I did say that we follow the IIA as guidance, but we do follow Yellow Book, and that is what we need to follow, per hopefully this policy that will be approved today. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Trustee Gonda, thank you, Ms. Ward and Mr. Fox.
Just so I understand, so the timing and the cost of Experis's review is that you've reviewed it once, the plan, the implementation plan, you'll come back in 6 months to review that, and then is that the end of services?
That would be the end. That would be the end. If requested to come back, that would be the end, yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a follow-up question, Ms. Ward, I don't know if this is for you or for somebody else, but the cost of reviewing the implementation plan will not exceed $12,000. Is that including the both reviews of the implementation plan?
I don't know that I can answer that. I'm assuming that it will not take that much because I believe there's only two recommendations, that one will be taken care of today. And then my evaluation was the other one, which will be taken care of prior to June 30. So once that's done, they would just review it and say, done deal.
Right.
Thank you.
It should be minimal effort at that point.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonda. Trustee Frankel?
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. And I understand that, like you just explained, and I appreciate that, Ms. Ward, the explanation that there's still just a couple of items that are outstanding. In fact, the implementation is almost completed on most of the items, and appreciate the review and the work from both of you. One of the items, number 18, which is the one related to, that is one of the ones that hasn't been implemented because it is awaiting our action or our discussion on it. One of the things I'd just like to put out is that I'd like to have that one come back as a conversation regarding the hotline. And one of the things I'd like to see is I have that agendized for future conversation. I think it will need to be to discuss what the options are. I hear a couple of different options, and I think it would be helpful for us to have a dialogue about the different options, what's been done historically, the pros and the cons of each option, the costs of each, those kinds of things. So that's one thing that I see that one is still outstanding, and I just want to encourage us to take action on that sometime in the near future. And then that wasn't one of the ones that you mentioned that's coming up later today. But I primarily wanted to just say thank you, clarify that I hope to see to see us take on that discussion around the hotline, and just thank you both for working together on getting this far, because it sounds like we've made a lot of progress, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Any further discussion? Trustee Rosario?
So just to be clear, you'll be back in 6 months.
At your request, whether we would, yeah. So the engagement is open-ended based upon the request of the board.
What is the plan?
I think it's for the board to decide as it gets a little further if we think will be appropriate or necessary to have Experis come in and just do a follow-up review. Again, I think if you look at there are only a couple of items that are outstanding. One will be taken care of today because it was the approval of the charter / policy as it will be presented. And then the other is what Trustee Frankel just brought up. The discussion, actually your evaluation, which is really mandated to do by the 30th of June anyway. And then we do have one that's kind of still to be finalized, and that is the fraud line. So it really will be up to at that time if the board, especially once you get into, I would imagine once the evaluation phase begins to occur and so on, do we feel like at that time it'd be good to have Experis come back in and take another look, or we feel good at where we are and so on. That's a very, very good question. Any other questions or comments? I would also note that Mr. Fox has been here all day. For those that may not know, there was an audit committee lunch meeting, which is certainly a show of appreciation. We have a couple of members that are leaving, and then also to give Mr. Fox an opportunity to work with Ms. Ward and present this as well to the audit committee, because their role continues to be important in this. So thank you for doing that. I think that's important. You want to keep them in the loop as well. Yes, Dr. Nicolette.
In reference to the audit committee, I attended the meeting today, and it was wonderful questions, very strong group of experts who care a lot, and 2 of the members were recognized for having served on the audit committee 10 years. So between those 2 people, that's 20 years, and that's very admirable.
No, we won't say that on the record, Trustee Rosenberg. Trustee Mayor?
I'd just like to say that this is such a clean bill, and it's really nice that it was on a fast track and still made it so complete. And I just kudos to your group and everything for following up with this, and I think it's a great report, and I think everything's on the right track, as we say in the railroad city next door.
Yes, pun absolutely intended. Do we consider that a motion then, Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I move for approval of the.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that the board approve the review of the implementation plan based upon the recommendations from the Quality Assessment Review of the Internal Audit Department. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Of course, let the record show it is unanimous. And again, you've heard it already, but thank you. Thank you. A lot of hard work, a lot of starts, but I feel really good about where we are. So thanks for your work, Paula. Mr. Fox, thank you so much. Drive safely.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go back up to agenda item 4.01. This is adoption of the resolution to augment the budget and transfers per state law for the fiscal year 2016 and 17 budget. This is for possible action. And we see our CFO and our budget director here before us. Thank you, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, student representative. For the record, Tom Szynski, Chief Financial Officer. With me is our budget director, Mike Schroeder, and we here are to do the normal December augmented budget. It's normal in terms of we've completed the annual audit for the fiscal year preceding, so we need to update fund balances. We need to update information for enrollment and make some fine-tuning adjustments to the budget to get it more in sync with reality. So without me spoiling the message, I'm going to turn it over to Mike, and he'll walk you through the details.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. I'm Mike Schroeder, Budget Director. Tom kind of outlined what you have before you. We have a resolution we're asking you to adopt and approve to augment some of the funds of the district. The resolution basically identifies the funds we're talking about, the first one being the general fund, which actually we're reducing the amount of sources we have there. I'll talk about all the detail of that in a second. The other fund is building and sites fund, and this is just for opening fund balance. That balance is a little bit bigger than we anticipated by about $700,000, and that just typically goes to general site and building improvements. The next one would be capital projects fund. That one's changing by $52 million. The big chunk of that, almost $36 million, is related to opening fund balance, and that's just due to the nature of the way we do capital projects. Those are all the old rollover bonds. We usually put those in the budget because if we're going to commit to a project, we need those funds available. But you don't always complete the project in a couple months. It usually can take years, so those funds end up rolling forward. So that's why that's so big. The other part of that is close to just about $17 million from a new bond issue, and that's related to our new rollover bonds, which the last legislature approved us to do those. So I believe you'll have a board meeting on the 20th, and that's going to get into a lot of details of what these funds are going to be spent on. We're also augmenting the special revenue fund by $4.3 million. All of that is related to E-rate. These are special funds we get from the government, federal revenues, and we dedicate those towards technology and other things. Special education fund, we're actually decreasing that. That's part of our overall general fund adjustment, which I'll talk about in a second here. And last is class size reduction fund by $3.8 million. What happened is the state had excess funds in their class size reduction funding from fiscal year 16, and they provided school districts with those extra funds to hire more teachers to help mitigate class sizes in grades 1 through 3. And that's about 48 allocations to our school district. So on the general fund, financially it's summarized on attachment B, pages 4 and 5. And really it's just comparing the final budget to the augmented budget, this proposed augmented budget. And we have a change column saying what categories have changed. And the revenues are pretty straightforward because you can identify line item by line item. But when you get into the expenditure categories, there's multiple changes that could affect each of those categories. So what I do is on page 11 is kind of summarize each of the categories and what the changes are to each of those. And the total change on that page ties into the change on this page. So it just gives you a better understanding of what has caused all the expenditure categories to change. But first of all, on the revenues, we're actually decreasing revenues by 1.4 million, and that's on page B4 at the bottom right-hand corner. And it's really made up of a couple things. First of all is our DSA apportionment, which is our per pupil funding, going down by 10.3 million. I'll detail that in a second. And the next part is opening fund balance increase of 8.9 million almost. And part of that is encumbrances in the opening fund balances. The encumbrances are prior year purchase orders. We've committed to spend last year's budget, but we haven't received the goods or the services by the end of the fiscal year. So we end up paying for those in the new fiscal year, and this gives us the budget to cover those costs. Then we allow schools and departments to carry over funds. That's about 2.9 million, and those go into various expenditure categories also. Now the big one here is the DSA apportionment, and that's over $10 million. And that's really related to, we have to adjust our budget to our actual enrollment. And normally when we get our projections from our demographer, they're pretty accurate. When we get to this point in time, there's not really a big adjustment here. This one's pretty big, and this isn't really normal. We're not used to coming up here and having to do this, but I think we're entering a new era of projecting because of the growth where we've got all these companies coming in, the industrial park. We're supposed to be growing the population, growing the number of students, and it's really hard to put a finger on it. In the past, you can look at birth rates and kids moving from one class to another and try to anticipate the kindergartners coming in, the 12th graders going out. But when you try to plug in what this economic growth is going to be, it becomes really difficult. And so what happened is the projected enrollment didn't come in like it was anticipated. And that's about 1,500 students. When you take that multiplied by our per pupil amount of what originally was 5,669 students, that's a loss of over $8.7 million. Then the second part of that is our per pupil amount. In the second year of the biennium, we get adjusted for a revised ad valorem tax projection, and that can affect our per pupil amount. When they state the per pupil amount for the biennium, when the legislature's done, then it's based on an estimate for fiscal year 17. They true that up, and we actually lose $11 per pupil because of that, which is about $700,000. So between the enrollment decrease and the per pupil decrease, that's about $9.2 million. Now there's a third component of this based on new law from the last legislature. We get paid on not our count day enrollment. We used to have an official count day enrollment the fourth school week of the year. And that's what we got paid on for the whole year. Now they've changed it to average daily enrollment, and it's every quarter we have to report that, and we get paid on that. And what happens is our average daily enrollment goes down throughout the course of the year. So we're making an adjustment for that. We anticipate it to be about $1 million. So we will get funded less during the course of the year if ADE goes down. And this is one of those new things too that hopefully with growth you'd think it would go up, but we're still experiencing trying to get some history on this so we can analyze this a little better in the future. So that's really what's causing the per pupil amount to go down. Now, normally when you have less pupils, you should be spending less because you don't have those kids. And so naturally, if we don't have the kids, we shouldn't have as many teacher allocations and other allocations that are related to student growth. Sometimes it's hard to pull back on those because you've already hired people and you don't want to fire people, but we work very closely with the deputy superintendent, chief of staff, office of school performance, and all the area superintendents. And what happens is, as we get our first enrollment count, we're really looking at where those kids are and the allocations that we've already approved to be handed out versus what we would probably need based on the way the enrollment's coming in. And we do that 4 times. We do a count the first 4 weeks of the school. So we're looking at that and we're making adjustments. So fortunately, with the help of all those and the principals, we're able to reduce the number of allocations. A lot of these, it wasn't because we had to fire anybody or do anything like that. There was a little bit of overage. Most of it was because we already had vacancies or we had long-term subs in these positions. So nobody lost their job because of this. But we were able to save about half, or about $6 million of that reduction in per pupil revenue based on adjusting allocations and anticipating a little bit more vacancy savings during the course of the year. And that's really coming out of our general fund and special education fund. A lot of it is coming from the special education fund just due to the nature of where our current projections are. We're not reducing any services or cutting back on anything there. We do a brand new projection. The original salary and benefit projection is done based on information we have 8 months before the year starts. While you get a lot of turnover in employees, changes in areas, and we end up with a new projection that realigns that. And with the vacancy savings, the way it was taken out of the budget originally, we usually just pull it all out of the general fund, but a lot of that actually happens in the special education fund. So that's kind of the dynamic you're seeing here. It's not because we're reducing services, it's just where the savings ends up to be. So essentially we have a balanced budget again, even though that's a big adjustment, and we'll use that in the future to say we need to look at the way we're budgeting and you know, when we're projecting enrollment, how we're going to deal with that and this ADE thing. So all those funds are summarized with financial schedules in here, and I've talked about the other funds, but be happy to answer any questions you might have about the augmented budget.
I would like to say that I was going to ask about the reduction, the $5 million reduction in special ed. So thank you for explaining that, because it looks like that certainly we don't want to pull back on those services and the support for our most vulnerable group of students. So thank you for clarifying that. That was my question.
All right.
Other questions from my colleagues? I see some others nodding that may have had that same question. Trustee Frankel?
Yeah, I did have the same question, and I just want to note that, and I appreciate your explanation and actually all of your work on this, because whenever I see any shifts, particularly away from instruction, I always want to pay a lot of attention to that. So that's just, I appreciate always having that explanation. You mentioned the challenge of projecting our enrollment and some changes and some reflection you're going to do on that. And I know we are in the early stages of looking at that. So but I'd like to ask that we be kept in the loop on kind of how we're using this experience, because it's obviously was a 7% difference between what we anticipated and what we have. So kind of looking at what changes are we making, what can we improve to be able to get a clearer sense of projection. And I know it's not a crystal ball, none of us have it, but I'd like to know more about how we're making changes and how we're estimating that and calculating that. So I just wanted to put that out there as a request to sort of stay in the loop on how we're doing that. It's important.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Any other comments from anybody? Nope, seeing none, then I believe we would like to entertain a motion that the Board of Trustees adopts the resolution to augment the fiscal year 2016-17 budget and approve the budget transfers as presented.
I move
to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. No other questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show is unanimous. Gentlemen, thank you very.
Just wanted to make a quick comment. This may be our last opportunity to present for this board, and so on behalf of Mike and myself and our entire finance team, we just wanted to thank those board members that are leaving this area and for all your dedicated service, and we appreciate all your support and efforts as we explain finance and do all the things that we've done. We certainly couldn't do this job without you, so thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been a pleasant experience while you've been here, and I really appreciate you guys filling in. It's a big job to do, and I'm glad you were able to do it.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Trustee Mayor?
Just for information, what is our total enrollment?
The weighted was, let me grab it here. We have to use first quarter average daily enrollment. The total of that was, geez, I can hardly, 63,100. When you weight it, it gets down to 61,608. So.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We're going to jump down now to agenda item 5.02, which was already alluded to a little bit earlier. This is discussion and preliminary approval of Board Policy 9170, Internal Audit Department, to include language related to the role and authority of internal audit in the Washoe County School District and initiation of a 15-day public review period. This is for possible action. And again, our Chief Internal Auditor, Paula Ward, is right before us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and trustees. Thank you so much for having this policy come before you. A little history back, I think in August 2015, I originally presented this as a charter as part of my policies and procedures. And it was requested that we wait until we had this experience review. So here we had the review. And the standards, as it states in the Red Book, I know you'll hear this Red Book, Yellow Book, and especially if I get to come before you more often, it states that basically you should have a charter, that actually the board shows that the reason that we're in existence. So that's why we did it, and that's why you are hopefully now going to approve this for the 15-day review. So I want to thank President Taylor for getting this on the agenda, and as well as however it works behind the scenes.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody, thank you so much. And I also want to thank David Lasik and Lisa Scurry for their work in putting it together in a format that reflects how your policies are. So I'm not sure, do you want me to go through each of these, or do you just want to, do you have any questions about it?
I think just if I may, we have it before us. It's all in red because all of it is new. And I think Ms. Ward did a great job of explaining it's new because it's really been kind of in a charter format, but we really do things more and from a policy format, but we want it to still be in line with, yellow book, red book, green book, blue book, what.
Orange book is probably where I'm going.
Yeah, so we're going to create our own
red
book.
And yellow.
Yeah, we're going to make our own book, whatever the book is.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah, yes.
Just kidding.
Well, no, but you do, though, and that's okay. We want to be in line with all the books that are appropriate for us, and so this allowed us to kind of do both, still have it in the way that our governance is set up, but then also allow her to operate as the way that she should as a internal auditor, internal audit department.
Well, I think it's long overdue, and I think it's a good start, and I think this will be very helpful for the district.
Awesome. Thank you, Trustee Israel. Trustee Mayor?
In the steps, has the audit committee okayed this?
No. Well, no, they didn't, no.
So when do they plan on?
Well, this is actually for the audit department. So it's more of an internal document. That's how it's been approached, because when Ms. Ward presented it to the board originally you just said it back in 2015. It was not something that came from the audit committee. It's like each department has bylaws.
My own procedures.
It's kind of like that. It's kind of like their own policies and procedures.
This is the audit committee bylaws.
This is the audit department. It's not the audit committee, it's the audit department.
So it's basically establishing that you, the board, has put me in this place to do my job.
Okay.
And this is the way I better do it.
So it isn't really within the scope of an audit committee.
Yeah.
It's more departmental.
Mm-hmm. And then every couple of years, I think it says biannually, we'll come back. And so whether you want it to go in front of the audit committee first, as they are an extension of you, and probably should happen, but since this was also a part of the review where it said the board needed to approve this, I think it was, just very fitting that we get it done, as quickly as possible, and I appreciate that.
Trustee Mayor, you have more follow-up on that? Trustee Mayor?
No, that's fine. I just thought that this should be reviewed at least by the audit committee, but if everyone thinks it's all right, that's okay.
Well, one of the things that we can do is during this 15-day review period, I'm looking at you, Ms. Scurry, because you know more about what I'm about to say than I do. Thank you. During this 15-day review period, we can ask the audit committee to review it during that time, and then they have an opportunity to weigh in.
In fact, if they want to do it individually and give comments back, that'd be fine too. They wouldn't have to have a meeting, I don't think.
Ms. Curry's nodding, so we can certainly ask that to occur, to make sure they're included in that review. You see anything with that, Paula?
I think that's great. And I think as part of the process, I will be bringing my procedures again annually to the audit committee, which will include this charter as the front page, basically, of my policies and procedures.
Okay, great. Superintendent Davis?
I was just going to say thank you, Paula. This is probably a long time coming. A great partnership that we are starting to forge, and you know, we know where we came from.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for the treat today.
Yeah.
But this is really good.
Whatever
and-
way I can win you over.
No, but I really, like, as we evolve and as a continuous school improvement process, if you think about where we were to where we are today,
Yes.
this is a great place. Thank you for your hard work.
And I do appreciate it. And I also want to say thank you to the board members who have been past and present on our audit committee that we're losing. It's been a great learning experience for all of us, and I think, you know, I've learned a lot. So I really appreciate it. And Trustee Gonda and Dr. Dye, I appreciate you guys too, because hopefully I won't be coming before you again before the end of the year. And you too, Trustee Ruggiero. It's been very great. And Dr. Howard, Dr. Rosenberg, you've been my chair for a few years now, so appreciate it. Your humor.
We are. A lot of hard work from a lot of people to get here. So, and it's, I believe it's paying off for us. So.
Thank you, Tracy.
I'm ready to make
Please. Please.
I
Trustee
move that
Frank?
the Board of Trustees provide preliminary approval to the proposed adoption of Board Policy 9170, Internal Audit Department, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded appropriately by 2 members of the audit committee that the board accepts this and sends it out for the 15-day review period. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried, and let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you for your work, you and your team. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 5.03, presentation to update the Board of Trustees regarding Envision Washoe County School District 2020 Initiative 1.1.2. This is the restructure of the Gifted and Talented Program in accordance with National Association of Gifted Children, NAGC standards. This is for a presentation and discussion, and I remember you promising that you would come back and update us. And you're here, as promised, you're here. You're here. So our Chief
delivering on the
Academic
promise.
Officer, Chief,
Yes.
or threat, I'm not sure which, but Chief Academic Officer, Mr. Bailey, and Sherry's always good. You're always so enthusiastic and stuff. So we have another guest too. So please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to entertain you this evening. As indicated by President Taylor, and certainly I want to greet the remaining trustees, Superintendent Davis and Katie. A special recognition for the outgoing trustees for their dedicated service and support to the departments and staff and students across the district. As indicated, we're here to update the board around Initiative 1.1.2, which actually calls for the restructuring of gifted and talented education services in accordance with the NAGC standards. Joining me for this presentation this evening are Sherry DiMartino, who's the Director of Gifted and Talented Education Programming, and one of our parents, Catherine Alvarado. So we'll take you back to the initial timeline. As Dr. Taylor indicated, we promised to come back. This would serve as the update to what started in May 2015 when we partnered with WestEd. You may recall from that study we brought forth to the Board of Trustees January 2016, which seems like just yesterday. The report, a very comprehensive report, after many interviews across the district, over 123 personal interviews, small group interviews, and a review of data, we were able to ascertain through the WestEd report some recommendations for program improvement to better align us to the NAGC standards. To do that, we implemented a Gifted and Talented Advisory Panel. There were 2 Connect Eds that went out through the district June 13th and also July 20th, 2016 in English and Spanish that solicited applicants for this panel. The panel hosts 19 persons. 45 persons applied for the 10 community positions. So we had an outpour of interest, which was awesome. And there were 9 positions internally that I appointed in conjunction with recommendations from such organizations as the School Principals Association and also the Education Association. This isn't quite the math problem that Dr. Dye put forward, but it does have a little pizzazz. It doesn't start with a 333, it starts with a 1.1.2. That is the initiative when combined with Smarter Balance, or Smarter Balance, I have that on my mind today. Senate Bill 515. Thank you, Dr. Rosenberg. And you add to that the advisory panel through which we do this work, we're going to yield program improvement, which is our ultimate goal in aligning to NHEC standards. It's a simple math problem. So this panel, the 19 members, is very cross-sectional. It's a broad-based stakeholder group, and we're very intentional about the positions for which these persons applied. For example, on this page, you'll see of the 19, we have a parent of a general education student represented. We have a parent of a student new to GT services. We have such persons as Catherine Alvarado to my right, parent of a student receiving services through the push-in model. We also have a representative from Department of Equity and Diversity. So again, very intentional positions. You'll see here that we have a representative from the university also, Dr. Bob Ives, Wanda Washington, who's here in the audience, and Dr. Michael Perrin are our department employees, but also serve on the panel. In true GT fashion, what started as a projected monthly meeting was soon accelerated. Yes, it is GT. Soon accelerated to mostly bi-monthly meetings. And then suddenly we went from 2-hour meetings to 2.5-hour meetings. We were in this room last night for almost 3 hours, for example. The primary purpose of the panel that was assembled basically is in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration. The primary function is to bring communities and schools closer together in building a long-term plan for program improvement aligned to the district's strategic plan, which you know as 1.1.2, Goal 1. This panel also serves to inform me, the Office of Academics, provide review and feedback to the Office of Academics, identify and propose solutions to the Office of Academics, and also to serve in a general advisory capacity to the Office of Academics and the Chief Academic Officer. Here you have an illustration of our meetings. We took advantage of the opportunity while we had community members present to host meetings throughout the district to highlight certain programs. For example, we've had meetings at AACT. We also had a few meetings at TMCC to illustrate the technical pathway opportunities for students. And of course, the boardroom as soon as last night. I wanted to take you back to those standards that the West Ed study highlighted. There are 6 standards, beginning with learning and development and wrapping up with professional development. We first took this panel into a deep grounding of these standards. You may recall Dr. Tucker co-presented with me back in January the results of this finding, and she happens to be in the audience right now. She's been instrumental in working with this toward this effort. So Dr. Tucker, thank you. She's also heading back over the hill this evening to California. Thank you. So she stayed with us through this time. It made sense for us to continue to partner with her since she had the deep knowledge, and we lost no pace, if you will, in hooking on to what we needed to do with the recommendations. The way this is set up in working with the panel, these are the recommendations that are coming to us, the action items, if you will. So first we start with the NHEC standard. We then look at the West Ed recommendation. Then the panel will work through passionate debate, let me say, to draft a goal statement. Further, they draft action items. It's the action items that will allow me and the Department of Gifted and Talented to actually make those recommendations actionable. So it's pretty important work. The way we've orchestrated these, because we started building these action items this year, we have the concept of low-hanging fruit and those that are harder to reach fruit, right? So this is an example of a low-hanging fruit, something we could probably pick and deliver on pretty quickly without tremendous effort, without cost or little, if any, cost. For example, this one talks largely about addressing the effective growth as a partner to cognitive and academic growth, just balancing out a more whole child model. Here's another example. This is from recommendation 2 under standard 1. Notice the ladder. When we have hard to reach items, we typically employ a ladder. It takes a little bit longer, a little bit extra effort, and sometimes we have to call in support to stabilize the ladder. So these are action items that might take definitely more than this school year. We'll be looking at those for deliverables next school year as well. Moving on, yet another example from recommendation 2. This one talks about promoting awareness of college and career opportunities. The next one from recommendation 3 under standard 1 from the WCSD study. Talking a lot about social emotional learning, which has obviously been in the conversation this evening. So differentiating social emotional learning needs of gifted and talented students in this case. With that, I'm going to transfer ownership of the presentation, if you will, over to Sherry DiMartino.
Thank you. For the record, Sherry DiMartino. President Taylor, trustees, and Superintendent Davis, it is with great honor and a privilege that I get to introduce to you Catherine Alvarado. Catherine is not only one of our GT parents, she is also on our advisory panel, and she was the very lucky winner of a random drawing to attend the National Gifted Conference with us in Orlando, Florida, with the team from the Gifted and Talented Department. So, Catherine, with that, I would like to give you the floor, and we're going to push that button, and you're on.
Welcome.
Thank you. President Taylor, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Davis, good afternoon. For the record, Catherine Alvarado. So I'm a parent of a newly identified gifted child. And before GTAP, I believe in the popular description of a gifted child. Doogie Howser and all this, Doogie Howser MD, and all this shows that I see with gifted children. But after GTAP, I have a more concrete idea of giftedness. I learned the term identification, recognition, programming, and etc. And I learned that my son is composed of a lot of things, and there are dynamics that are involved in making him successful. But my biggest impact to me in this department is when they sent me to the NHEC conference. There I learned important changes, breakthroughs, studies, and support available for the students, families, and community to the school district. I attended trainings that will equip me as a parent to become an advocate of the program. Giftedness knows no boundaries, and that's a campaign I learned on the conference, and that's something that I really want to share to you. It's a campaign that is working towards changing policies and practices. Giftedness is not determined by one's skin color, native language, or zip code. We can't let any gifted child slip through the cracks. As a parent, I learned that after going to the conference and attending the GTAP meeting every time we have a meeting, I'm a working mom of 2 kids, no help. I bring them to daycare. I sacrifice a lot of time to be there, not because I want the position or the title, but because I want to understand my child. The most important discovery too that I had in attending the conference is I discovered the uniqueness, potential, and capacity of my Washoe County Gifted Department. With the leadership of Sherry DiMartino, I realized that as our gifted students face unique challenges and require specialized and focused attention, good instruction is needed. And with this team, we get a great team behind my back to support me as a parent. I've seen them work, I've seen them talk to each other. I observe how they treat other people in the conference. I observe how they behave inside the bus, outside the school, in the airport, restaurants, in lining up, meeting people like them, above them, and parents like us. And I saw that these are the qualities that I need to run my district, especially my GT student, my GT son. Education is a great equalizer. I learned that there. And I came back as a different parent. I came back to advocate and not to attack, to positively partner and not to be passive. And I learned that my role as a GTAP member is to empower families, connect communities, and help my department and my district to bring this department and the school closer to the goals and vision and mission of the school district. After all, it takes a village to raise a child. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and God bless you.
I really don't want to follow that.
Yeah, how can you? How can you? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to interrupt the presentation, but I know we'll want to thank you as appropriate. Please, Sherry, go ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, in order to follow Catherine, I had to kick it up a couple of notches. With appreciation for all of your support, everybody here in the gifted department would like to say thank you, but we're going to have Now say thank you to you. And you may be wondering who Now is. Now is our middle school hands-on learning tool. He helps us learn how to do our core subjects, reading, writing, math, but he goes deeper than that. He teaches trigonometry, calculus, programming. So Now would like to speak to the board. Oops, nope, hold on. She's got it? Okay.
Hello. I am a Now robot. I am a new addition to GATE. Thank you for your continued support for the program. The GATE students tell me it changes their life. Goodbye. Money, dues.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will.
All right, we have never been thanked by a robot before,
I know,
don't
right?
think, so.
Now is in all of our magnet middle schools, and students are learning with him. And just in case you needed to know that translation right at the end, Now is saying to you in middle school lingo, goodbye, my dudes. And this was created and programmed by the GT family, the Hughes Baird, Andrea, Sydney, Kate, and Eric, along with Hala Mansfield and Charla Rosenberg. And they were very excited to program Now for you and to say thank you for all of your support with GT.
Now we can clap for it now, right?
All right,
Okay,
good for now.
Any questions?
Okay.
Trustee Franco, you first, go ahead.
I'm on a roll today, jumping in. Questions? Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you so much for sharing your experience and for being so committed to GTAP. It's parents like you that are going to make this program continue to be as successful as it is. So thank you. I appreciated the presentation, and it sounds like there's been a lot of work done already, and multiple meetings, even more than you anticipated. And one of the things I wanted to know more about was kind of how many different. I know we got a sample of the action items. How many different action items would you estimate that there are already? And I know you mentioned kind of the timeline for one of them. I know this is in process, you're going to be continuing to meet to develop these. Well, so I guess it's a question, but also a request that you come back again, yes, invited yet again to entertain us, to tell us a little bit more about the status of some of those action items, and because these are fantastic, and I know there's probably a lot more that you could have shared with us today. So just a little bit more of how many other action items you have and a sense of timeline, sort of a broader sense of timeline on these. Just want to know a little bit more.
Absolutely. Right now, we're in the process of, and Scott Bailey for the record, we're in the process of harvesting what we call the lower hanging fruit, those things that we can work to implement now, back to the math problem, adding the Senate Bill 515 monies while we have them to make them more actionable current. So the low hanging fruit, just roughly of the draft action items for standards 1 and 4 that we've built out mostly, you're probably looking at approximately 5 action items roughly for each of those standards so far. So if you took 5 times the 6 standards, that gives you an estimate, if you will, of the amount of action items that we're going to be building in the short term.
Okay. Trustee Mayor?
I'm glad to see this report. I'm close to this GT program, live it every day, and I want to thank you people for having the foresight to be available to answer individual problems when it comes to placement in programs. I had a little problem there, and it was resolved in no time. And I think one of the biggest moves that you've made since you've been here is to get the GT program supervised by the principal of the school where it's based. Because I know in the past it hasn't been a real good working relationship to have them out in the corner of the school and really not feel as the members of the school. And now that you're utilizing this new supervisory method of GT, I think it's really helped students particularly because it used to be, oh, I don't have to listen to you, teacher, and so it's gotten to be where supervision of students, especially in the areas of playground, lunchroom, and so forth, it really has helped. And I want to thank you and your staff and all the GT teachers to be open to suggestions, and to, if you like the suggestions, you put them into action, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Superintendent Davis?
Well, Sherry, for me, this is about the larger body scope of work that had to be tackled over the past probably 2 years when we embarked on this. We have some big, heavy initiatives and reform going on in our district. And I think this is evidence of the work as it applies to our strategic plan. And I am so excited. I remember the larger discussion around principal supervising, right? And that was a task because you have to bring all parties together and have dialogue because there was so many varying opinions about that, heated opinions too. But I'll tell you, I'm proud of the work, proud of what's being done, and to our parent. I think this is about what we value. We talk about student voice and parent engagement, and to hear you talk about having 2 children and being a single mom and the level of involvement based on all these meetings they have you at means that you care more than just about your own kids, but about the program itself. Kudos to the department. And Sherry, you are just so effervescent every day when you're walking down the hallways. Whenever I see you, there's a hug, some candy. Like, you are so effervescent, and definitely a blessing to have you on our team in Washoe County School District.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis.
I'll just add this first. Thank you for taking the time to go to Orlando when you have 2 kids and you have to do all the things that are necessary to leave them behind, and then recognize that it's about helping other parents learn how to advocate and help their kids. I love 2 things you said: advocate, not attack, partner,
yes.
And that's one extreme, but then also partner and not be passive. that's the other extreme. And it seems as though you really work the balance of finding that place in the middle, which is really what we need for our kids. So thank you for taking the time to be here,
Yes.
because you're away from work or away from your kids, or maybe both, who knows, right?
Yes, ma'am. And also, Miss President and Superintendent, I'm married.
Oh, I thought you said you were a single mom.
No, I'm a working mom.
Oh, working mom.
Yeah,
working
sorry.
single. Yeah, they're not synonyms.
sorry.
They are not synonyms.
Yeah, that's still tough. That means you have 3 to watch out for.
Right.
Just saying.
Yes, I'm raising 3 kids. But yes, thank you so much. And thank you, yes.
Well, thank you. We don't want to leave your husband out, so we appreciate his support.
I just have to share this real quick, if I may. Closing comment. When Catherine arrived last night, she had gotten caught up in traffic in a situation, I think, in picking up her child. So she had texted ahead or called ahead and said, "Hey, I'm coming in hot. Be ready."
All righty. And Dr. Tucker, we'd be remiss if we didn't just thank you. You were there with us to start us on this journey, so we really appreciate your insight and your work, and to me, a real tribute to Mr. Bailey, you and Sherry, and to your team is I've spoken to some of the GT parents that were involved before, and were really concerned about changes. You know, when you lose someone that's been in charge and really concerned and so on, couldn't be better, love it, great job, happy. I mean, just the whole thing, and that's a tribute to all the work and the environment that you helped to establish. So Scott and Sherry, really great job. Thank you for your work. Well, very. You are the club star. Okay, agenda item. Oh, Mr. Bailey, you're still here. Okay. You're still. Ooh.
I'll switch topics.
That's a good thing. That's not a bad. That's a good thing. This is agenda item 5.04. Oh, yes, right. Dr. Tucker, you're leaving. Safe travels. Yes. Safe travels. Presentation and possible approval to purchase the 6 through 8 mathematics instructional materials. This is recommended by the ad hoc textbook committee for approximately $1,600,000, $1.6 million, consistent with board policy 6160, and this is for possible action. And Mr. Bailey continues with us, and so does Ms. Kendra Fox. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer, for the record. Thank you, President Taylor, Trustees, Superintendent Davis, and Katie, once again. This action item is brought before you as consideration to purchase the Math 6-8 text materials. You may recall, it doesn't seem like too long ago, we were doing the same thing with K-5. We're now in the implementation phase of that adoption process. So here we are this evening asking for your approval to move forward with this purchase, then we'll work on the implementation of 6-8. With that, joining me this evening is Kendra Fox, Director of Curriculum Instruction, to my right. It's important to note, as we did with the K-5, all our adoption processes go through filter, otherwise known as board policy, and Nevada Administrative Code, and also revised statutes. So lots of tight guidelines in this process to get us to the point where we actually are going to adopt or recommend a text for adoption. One of those regulations I'll call out is 6181, which actually focuses largely on what we call phase 1 of the adoption process. Within phase 1, there's a needs assessment conducted. What we used for a needs assessment, which was required by Nevada Department of Education, is a curriculum audit tool. It's affectionately known as NCAT, but it stands for Nevada Comprehensive Curriculum Audit Tool. Again, audit tool known as NCAT. Those NCATs bring forward recommendations for curricular alignment. Out of the over 1,000 responses to the survey as part of the NCAT tool administration, we learned that the #1 priority of staff was to look at a common district-wide curriculum and materials aligned to the most recent set of academic content standards, which you may recall were adopted back, I believe, 2010 at this time. It also parallels what we call the RFP process, requests for proposals from vendors. So we identify the need internally, we solicit vendors apply. All right, phase 2 then, under 6181, talks a lot about the vendor submission process. We take this pretty seriously and that the members of a committee that are formed actually go out and do a field test of the products and bring that back as a realistic conversation within their decision making. And then ultimately they put forward they actually recommend 3 top vendors and then whittle that down to the final selection. So here we see phase 3, an implementation and distribution plan. Just like we did with K-5, once we get approval to move forward, we execute on the contract, and at the same time we're building that implementation plan, which would ramp up at the end of this school year and obviously be heavy into next school year, 17-18. With that, I will transfer the baton over to Kendra to talk a little bit about the history.
Thank you. President Taylor, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Davis. For the record, I'm Kendra Fox. I'm the Director of Curriculum Instruction. So in the past, we took a break, so to speak, from adopting textbook because of the economic downturn. And so just recently, we've been allowed to adopt text again. So as you know, we were here last year. We adopted the K-1 program and the 2-5 program, and then also AP and IB text. And Mr. Bailey went over the policy, and as you can see from this timeline that I'll review with you, we follow the policy and procedures as noted. It follows an NRS and as such. And I did want to just point out that members of the curriculum instruction staff that helped guide the adoption are here. So Maria Munoz is here. Back there. Thank you, Maria. And Vicki Colaro, the 712 math coordinator, is here. And also, Trustee Nicolette, Sue Gagno, the one that you were talking about earlier, is here. She is the middle school math TOSA. She's the one that she was talking about earlier. So I have a wonderful staff to help guide this process. So back in March, we solicited applications from teachers, administrators, community members, and parents, and then also put out the RFP for textbooks. 9 were submitted by different companies. In May, the committee members were notified, and on the next slide, those committee members. I would like to thank the committee members because they put in a collective 400 hours of time, and also 2 of them are here. So teacher Winona Wilson, I think, is here, and 3. Someone else came in the last one. And also Mary Keller also is here, and then also Caitlin Hodges is here also. I didn't miss anything, did I? Okay, good.
Let's have a hand for our staff and our committee that put that time in. Thank you so much.
So we had a pretty well-represented committee. We had some really great community members and parents on the committee, too, that offered a lot of expertise into our selection process. So then our curriculum instruction staff trained the committee, and they created a rubric for which they would then review all the textbooks. And then they spent lots of time over the summer and early into the fall actually reviewing those textbooks, going page by page. It was really interesting to read their feedback as compared to just looking over the books, is compared to what they had to do next was to actually teach from the books. So there's no comparison to actually going in and teaching a lesson from just looking at it. And so the feedback was very interesting and really taken seriously from both the teachers and the students at this point. In September, we had a finalist meeting, and the 3 finalists were chosen. At this time is when the teachers then went and taught lessons from these 3 textbooks that were our finalists. The teachers on the committee, yes. So here are the notes that we asked the teachers, the questions we asked the teachers to share with the group. Basically, what kind of things did you notice in the textbook that you may not have noticed before? Is it interesting? Does it get to the level that we really need? But then even more fascinating was the student feedback that came forward, because the students are painfully honest sometimes, or actually all the time. And so we collected that data to use in the final selection meeting, which was held coincidentally on my birthday in October. And so we had the committee the publishers of the 3 texts come and present to the committee. They got to ask every question they could think of and get answers. And it was an all-day-long meeting, and then they negotiated, the committee members negotiated and came up with the finalist of the program Go Math by Houghton Mifflin Hardcourt. So here we are now asking for your approval to purchase the texts and implement them. And we would start that as soon as we get approval. We are, interestingly, the text we selected, for the most part, is already approved by the state. All but the Math 7-8 book, the pre-algebra book, is the only one not approved yet, so we just have to wait for the state to approve that one. So they've already done their review before we did ours, so it's nice that we agree. And then as soon as we have approval for that 7-8 book and your approval, we will purchase and deliver the text and then start our training with teachers in late May. And next year, we plan to finish out math and go with finish up high school math. And then we adopt AP and IB every year on a 10-year cycle. So are there any questions?
Okay, thank you for your presentation and for all that put forth that 400 hours of work. My, yes, Trustee Gonda.
So does this, these new textbooks represent a change in curriculum? And the reason I ask is that out in the community, there's been, at least at the elementary school level, I've gotten feedback from parents that are frustrated that the curriculum continues to change for math again and again and again. And my daughter's been in school for 4 years now, and it's changed 3 times. And so I'm wondering if is that what prompted a purchase of new textbooks, or is it just the old ones were
really old?
Really old?
Or in the elementary, they were really old. I think they were from 2004 on the elementary. The middle school ones aren't quite as old, but instruction is guided by the standards. And so really, instruction should be consistent because we've had our standards since 2010. However, when you have resources such as a textbook, that does change strategies and things like that in the classroom. And so that's why you may have seen changes in elementary. Hopefully we'll be consistent now for a good 7 years. And the same thing now with math. In grades 6-8, we should be consistent.
Okay, that was my next question, because I've seen the New York model. Some teachers, even at one school, some teachers are teaching that and others aren't. And then as a pilot, and then the other students have to catch up the next year, and it just isn't working. And so consistency was my next question, is making sure we have that consistency in our schools. And then the next part of that question is, when I hear $1.6 million for textbooks, I'm not from an education background, so maybe that's cheap, I don't know. But what does that get us, and how long do these textbooks and this curriculum last us for 1.6? Because that's a lot of money.
It is. So textbooks run approximately $100 per student, and then that lasts us for 7 years for the life. That's the life of the contract, is 7 years. So that $100 per student lasts us for that 7 years. And that gives us access to professional development for the teachers, teachers' editions, online access. So that with this Go Math program, there is a QR code on almost every page, and you can, as a parent, the parent can scan the QR code and get videos to help their student understand the math. So there's really not new, QR codes aren't new, but new technology happening for parents. And then also for parents that don't have access, there's other help situations, but and we'll do Parent U and those things too. But there's quite a package of stuff that comes, resources, thank you for the better word there, that comes with our 1.6 million.
Great. And so just the consistency is all I would ask from the parents, making sure that they can count on that their third grader and their second grader and their first grader are going to get training in it. So
that's a big help in having the adoption. You have the similar text.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Rosenberg?
I've discovered over the years the kids are fine. They'll adapt to anything within 20 seconds. It's the parents that get scared out of their minds. I don't know how to do this. And it can drive you completely nuts. By the same token, the way things are moving in this world today, we're coming under new ways of doing things constantly. The kids need to be able to shift. The parents have to recognize, number one, you don't let them know you're scared. And you let them teach you. Because in doing that, they learn it themselves. And it can work beautifully. It is expensive, but what the hell? Try ignorance. That's a hell of a lot more expensive.
Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Trustee Mayor?
The books and all the materials were available to the public, and you took a worksheet from them, and they just got to see Go, they didn't see the other two.
No, they got to see the top three choices, and we opened our textbook room for 3 days for them, for anyone who wanted to come. I did a radio interview, we put it in the news, we put it out to the whole district for anyone who wanted to come in, and parents, anyone, community members to come during those 3 days.
And Go was far better than the other two as far as parents were concerned?
The one person that came during the 3 days
One person.
favored Go Math, I can tell you.
It was unanimous.
It was unanimous.
Just one person showed up?
Yeah, just one.
Full support.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I think the important thing is that it is available, you know, and hopefully for those that have a great interest, we'll take advantage of it. But I think it's, even if there's only one, I still think it's really important that opportunity is there, and that people can take advantage of it. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you for that. Any comments, other comments, questions?
I do have a question.
Dr. Dye?
So the K through 5 textbook, is that Houghton Mifflin too?
No.
So to kind of get back to what you were saying, textbooks aside or publisher aside, there is a continuity that's going to I guess through professional development. So there's a continuity of curriculum and basics all the way through, in this case, up through 8th grade, so that students have a consistency in their learning patterns.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes. We actually had 2 of our committee members look at our current fifth grade text and compare it to what would be expected in 6th grade to see what kind of, adjustments would be needed to make, or, you know, what they felt was a good transition. And so I'm gonna.
We have a guest.
Yes.
We have a guest.
I'd like to introduce you to Caitlin Hodges. She was one of the members on our committee. Yes.
Welcome, Mrs. Hodges. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So one of the things that we looked at when we looked at Envision and comparing it to Go Math, we just wanted to make sure there was that consistency, so that we wouldn't have to have such a big gap from 5th grade to 6th grade. Some of the things that we noticed was that a lot of the modeling was similar. The language, of course, was similar, and I think that's the good thing about the standards, is that it lends itself to that, and since it's so aligned with the standards, that there's not going to be, as we were looking, a huge gap. Of course, the way that it looks is not as elementary, because we're up in the middle grades, but I think other than that, that was the only big thing that we saw, that it was, you know, looking more middle school textbook versus something more elementary with like cartoon character people. But I think other than that, I think it's aligned very well, and I don't think it will be a huge jump from going to Envision to Go Math.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Mayor?
Are they going to change vocabulary? You know how you change vocabulary from the old K through 5th? You changed all the way they say square and everything. Is it going to follow that? Or are they going to have to learn a new vocabulary?
No, I'm sorry. I think that it follows consistently with the standards and what they say. So I don't think that there's going to be something that would be confusing in that way.
That's my question. You know, how you changed all the vocabulary, theorem and all that.
Both programs use mathematically accurate vocabulary, and so it's very consistent throughout.
So the kids that have just started this new math, I call it, in 5th grade, they're not going to have to learn all new theorems and all that?
No, it's both are mathematically accurate vocabulary. There'll be no problem there.
Because that's what the big problem is with the new math, is the vocabulary, because, oh, that's that, and they can make the switch once they realize it, but.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Trustee Rosenberg, and then Superintendent Davis.
I was taught math back in the dim dark ages by a man named Tom Lair. And I don't know how many older people there are in the audience, but Dr. Lair was one of those wonderful people who could produce things very quickly. And I can remember the tag end of one of his songs is, "New math is so simple, so very simple, that only a child can do it." I don't think we have to worry about the kids. I really don't.
Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. That being said, you're ready for a motion, Trustee Rosario, please? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I had said Superintendent Davis was next. Said that, and then were we ready for the motion?
Really fast, I want to say thank you. As you know, with our elementary adoption, it was tougher. I mean, we spent a lot of time in hashing it out as a leadership team, as a district, and finally approved, and we were very innovative in that approval. As related to this approval, thank you. It seems like this was much smoother in decision-making. And if you're ever part of a textbook adoption, man, it's a lot of work, right? Like, you look at everything from, is it multicultural to all these different things. But most importantly, we hadn't had an adopted text in a while, and we have to talk about the transiency of students. While there might be students or schools that use Engage New York, we also have to be in line with what's on the state-approved list, right? And part of our job is to ensure that all our kids are on a state-approved list, but also as schools move, they're using the same thing, so there's consistency, not just within the school or vertical articulation, but across the district. So I applaud you on getting this work done, and good job.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis.
Sorry.
Dr. Nicolette?
I'd like to expand on that, and I didn't ask the question because I know Kendra personally, and I know her commitment to professional development. And not only do students have gaps, but so do our teachers, especially if they come to us from somewhere else. And I would just like to say that I have every faith that those gaps are also being filled with our teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Dye. Trustee Rosario?
I'd like.
You wanted to make the motion?
Oh, I'm ready to make it.
Okay.
I'm happy to
Trustee
make the
Frankel?
motion.
Okay, please.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the ad hoc textbook committee's recommendation to purchase the 6 through 8 mathematics instructional materials for approximately $1.6 million, with funding coming from 030 MER funds account.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. It is unanimous. Again, thank you so much for very important work. It sounds like you would like for us to take 5 minutes, so we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll take. I thought you said we couldn't do it until 4. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back right after that. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call our board meeting back to order. And we're going to just, once again, reorder the agenda just a bit because we have some special guests here. And we want to make sure that we get them included. So we're going to have the presentation and announcement. We're going to agenda item 5.09. 5.09. We're going to have the presentation and announcement of the 6th annual holiday card contest winners. This is for presentation only. This will not be heard before 4 o'clock. I'm sorry, my computer clock said it was 3:45 when I took the break. I did not know it was 4, so we're just going to go with it. Yes, we're going to go with it, but thank you for being here. Our presenter is our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Irene Payne. Thank you for being here. Irene, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, President Taylor, trustees, Superintendent Davis. So 6 years we've been doing this. Can you believe it? So 6 years I've come up in front of you to talk about our amazing students and how artistic and creative they are. And you only have to look around the boardroom and in the Welcome Center to see that. So, as most of you know, we do this on an annual basis, and we, the Washoe County School District, use the students' artwork as our holiday card. This year, we had 374 submissions. from elementary, middle, and high. And what we've always done in the past, we've always managed to shortlist them to 9, and then we send them out to the trustees for you to do the final vote in. This year we had such a challenge that we shortlisted to 10 because we just couldn't get it any less than that. And the artwork that you see around the room can be everything from computer-generated drawings to collages to photography. We open it to all manner of artwork. So what I'm going to do just for the next few minutes is I'm going to share some of all of the finalists with you. So we'll first have a quick look at elementary school finalists. And this was a beautiful surprise-looking reindeer from Sienna from Stead Elementary. And then we had this really classy piece of art from Lauren from Whitehead Elementary. We really liked the colors and the design of that. And then we have here the Washoe County Express. And as many of you know, I like to think I am the branding queen for the school district. And Casey, who drew this, is completely stuck to the the color guidelines. So I was really impressed with that. So I do think we have a future branding person, there. And then moving on to middle school, this one is from Maria from Dilworth, and I think we had 2 finalists from Dilworth. What we liked about this is look at the reindeer, and the sleigh across the moon. We thought that was really beautiful. And then Chloe from Mendive, the red nose and the scarf, it's so bright and just so pretty. And then look at the design of this one from Megan, for another one from Dilworth, and you can actually see them. We hung them up over there. The amount of artwork, the detail that's gone into this is incredible. And then we have Eliza and the amazing cuteness of the little mouse looking into the ball and looking into the bauble, looking at his reflection. And this one's from Billinghurst. Onto a high school finalists, we had this really funky and amazing tree from Gerlach. We liked the colors and we liked the design of that. And that's from Christopher from Gerlach. And then I know full well that Deputy Superintendent McNeil and we love horses. So Kayla from McQueen drew this, and we thought the horses, they really represented horses. They looked lifelike. And then the Believe, the poinsettia from Savannah, from North Star and Reno High. We just thought that was so lifelike. And now, are you all ready for the big reveal? All right, so here we go.
Wait, can we give a hand just to all the finalists and all the 370 or so? They made it very difficult for all of us, I'm sure.
So remember, this is the winning design out of well over 300 entries, and here we have it. It's Casey De La Rosa from Desert Heights Elementary School. So Casey is here with her mom and with the principal, with a teacher, with a whole bunch of friends. So I'm going to ask them all to come on up. And then President Taylor, you have a little presentation to make because we have the artwork framed and we have a gift card on the back. So that's for you. Come on up, everybody. Come on up, everybody. Come on up, Mom. Principal Duty, come on up. Right, so this is the microphone. Here she is. This is our amazing young lady. We brought the whole family here, so.
You hear the train go? Go ahead, train.
Yeah.
You did an amazing job. We're so
Thank
proud.
you.
This is on our Christmas cards. We're sending all over the place, and you did it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Washington.
We want to take lots of photos, so come on round, everybody. Yeah.
Some people get on this side.
Yeah. Come on round over here.
Come here, Jen. Casey, right here.
It's a squash. That the superintendent uses, the trustees use, it'll be on our website. So lots of people in Washoe County will get to see Casey's artwork. Yes, let's.
All right, again, thank you so much. We're very, very excited about that as our holiday card. Okay, now we'll backtrack a little bit on the agenda to agenda item 5.05. Okay, we're back in. We're back in. We're back in. All right. Agenda item 5.05. This is discussion and preliminary approval for the proposed revision of Board Policy 3321, bids, quotations, and contracts to include the addition of language related to approval of additional expenditures to previously approved contracts and initiation of the 15-day public review period. This is for possible action for my colleagues and myself, and before us is our CFO and our Director of Procurement and Contracts. Before us, Andrea Sullivan and Tom Szynski. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, and our student representative. For the record, Tom Szynski, Chief Financial Officer. And so again, this is Board Policy 3321, and I'm going to have Andrea walk you through the changes that are being recommended for this policy that went through the policy committee, and then we'll entertain any questions that you may have. We'd like to say it as artistic as the photo that just went here, but I know that's not true, so we won't even try and go there.
Good afternoon, Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts for the record. We did present to you proposed revisions to this policy at the Board Policy Committee meeting on the 6th, and we took feedback from the board, and we've incorporated that feedback into what you have now. And I just thought I would quickly remind you of what the changes are, including the changes we made as a result of the Board Policy Committee meeting. There are some small verbiage changes in there. We made a distinction between an optional renewal and an automatic renewal, and then we defined that for you at the end of the policy. So the point here is that if it's an optional renewal that we have the choice to renew and it exceeds $100,000, that renewal will come back to you, as opposed to an automatic renewal where we're obligated to renew that contract. That initial approval will include the automatic renewals. We've added a statement in there indicating that the policy must comply with state law, namely NRS 332 and NRS 338. Obviously, we don't want to have anything in the policy that goes against the state statutes. We also have clarified when a previously approved item that has been approved by the board has an increase in expenditures, when at what point it comes back to the board. And this was silent in the policy before, and so it's just something we've had to deal with since this policy was revised about 3 years ago. So the idea here is that sometimes after you approve a contract, there are additional expenditures or it goes over the amount we estimated. Many times we have to estimate and we don't know an exact number. So the way this will be amended is that if it's 10%, if it changes by 10% or increases by 10% or $100,000, whichever is less, it will come back to the board for another approval. So this will incorporate, you know, if a small contract, $100,000 or $150,000 has a $15,000 increase, that comes back to you. It also, though, when there's a very large, potentially construction type of contract or architectural consulting contract, that we might have less than 10%, but it still exceeds $100,000, we're still going to bring that back to you. So this was a way for us to sort of clarify for the public about what comes to you so that we could be as transparent as possible. We've also added a section clarifying that purchases, whether or not a contract is actually signed for them, that exceed $100,000 also comes to the board. I consider purchase orders a contract, but I don't think that was very clear in the policy before. So we've been practicing this, but this is just putting in writing what we've already been practicing. And then the last change is that we added the chief of staff in addition to the already authorized deputy superintendent to sign contracts on behalf of the superintendent in her absence. And I think that's it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Trustee Franco, I've seen you leaning. I'm not sure what that means.
I can.
Okay.
I'll do it. I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval to the proposed revision of Board Policy 3321, bids, quotations, and contracts, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
Thank you, Trustees Rosario and Franco. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Look at the record show it is unanimous. Thank you so much, and it's just tidying some things up and what will clearly be a very busy process and procedure moving forward. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5.05. Oh, I just did that. I mean 5.06. This is a discussion and preliminary approval for the proposed revision of Board Policy 6111, school calendars and schedule types to relieve overcrowding, which includes the addition of language related to alternative schedule types and automatic conversion thresholds for multi-track year-round and double sessions, and initiation of the 15-day public review period. This is for possible action, and before us is our Chief of Staff, our Deputy Superintendent, and our Chief School Performance Officer. Thank you to all of you for being here.
Absolutely. Good
Deputy
afternoon, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, Representative Deutsch. Thank you for being here today. At the December 6th Policy Committee, we took into consideration the board's requested changes to Board Policy 6111. And as you have been submitted, those changes are hopefully reflected in the document that you have before you. I will point out under Section 5, we wanted to clarify, and so I'll read into the record under Section D, any school that is scheduled for conversion to a multi-track year-round school calendar or a double session school calendar that has not completed a school overcrowding management plan, otherwise known as a SOMP, will have the opportunity to complete a SOMP. We then separated out further to a subpoint E. If a school has not completed a school overcrowding management plan, the school will be allowed to write a school overcrowding management plan, and the Board of Trustees may grant a 1-year deferral from conversion to a multi-track year-round or double sessions.
Okay, now just for the record, if I may, because I know we've been over this before, the part that's in yellow are the new revisions, if you will. The other revisions were revisions that came here. We had a very robust discussion at a previous board meeting, and so that addition was asked for and has been placed in here. So I don't know that that's the only part you really wanted to bring out because we've discussed the rest. Am I
Just very quickly, for desired outcomes, under A, we just wanted to make sure that we pointed out, as trustee Ruggiero set a board policy, that under section A, to provide a safe and healthy learning environment for district students.
Yes.
And that was the last change.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And at risk of sounding
Trustee?
like a grammar teacher, I'm having flashbacks to that experience in English. If we could either make them all infinitives or remove the two from the first one that you just mentioned, that would be great, just to keep them all consistent.
Okay. Dual sub.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? I do want to say thank you for capturing. I know that was a robust conversation, a lot of information was being shared and so on. But it really seems as though you captured what the thinking and the pleasure of the board was. And so if not, please correct me. Trustee Gonda?
So which policy is currently in effect? I know this has a 15-day review period as of right now.
Well, this is a new policy for calendars, so it would revert back to the original policy until the 15-day review period and any comments that will come, and then we'll bring those comments any forward.
Okay, good question, Trustee Gonda. Any further? Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I think you should use spirited instead of robust.
A conversation? Discussion?
He was actually referring to you.
Right, I did, right. I said spirited. That's a Joe Crowley word. Spirited conversation. That's a Joe Crowley word. Thank you. So noted, Trustee Mayor. Any further discussion on the agenda item? Just saying, may want to discuss that. Any further discussion on the agenda item? Okay, if not, I'm certainly prepared to receive a motion if that's the desire of the board.
I'm ready.
Okay, Trustee Rosario, thank you.
Let's see. I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval for the proposed revision of Board Policy 6111, school calendars and schedule types to relieve overcrowding, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
It has been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried and it is unanimous. Again, to our staff, thank you for your great work and for allowing us to have a spirited, robust discussion.
Means you fought like cats and dogs.
Okay, agenda item, now on to agenda item 5.07. This is discussion and preliminary approval for the proposed adoption of Board Policy 6800, special education, which includes language related to students receiving special education services and initiation of the 15-day public comment period. This is, again, for possible action. I see before us Dr. Byron Green, who's our Chief Student Services Officer. Thank you, and I will say just congratulations on I thought that was a great article. It really talked about the work that you have led our team, and it made me really proud of that. You know, this last year to 15 months or so, you've done a lot of great things, and for that to be acknowledged publicly, I thought was just a great kudos to you and your team.
Thank you, President. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, Byron Green, Chief Student Services Officer for the record. I am indeed very honored and proud to sit before you. I know it's been a very long journey, and we still have a long ways to go, but I recall coming to the trustees well over a year ago, just even talking about how important it was that we actually establish a policy for the beliefs of the trustees, our school district, and our community that support our students with disabilities and really set the vision forward even after when we're all gone. So I'm very apologize that I was not here at our meeting this last week when we had a chance for you all to have the conversation. I did review that, and I know David Freeman did a great job in representing student services. So thank you all and thank to him. So I'm here tonight to take your suggestion, your changes, and review those with you all to see if you have any additional suggestions or edits and answer any questions you may have. So the board policy, I don't know if, President Taylor, if you want me to go through each of your revisions. I know that was included as part of the attachment. I'm happy to do that if you'd like.
It's what's the pleasure of the board? Are there the ones that we have seen it and discussed it with David?
I'm ready to pass this policy unless there's some things we feel that we need to touch on. It was a very spirited conversation, and I think we are very confident in where we want to be and moving forward.
Superintendent Davis, you want to weigh in? Thank you.
Wow, of course I want to weigh in on this. And we all know that Dr. Barbara McClure, this is like one of her things, and this started way back, probably way back when. But Dr. Green's pretty modest, and that department's been pretty modest about the work around this policy. We are probably leading the nation now with the idea of actually having a board policy around special education. The team just got back from Nashville at a consortium of districts across the country who moved to talk about best practices in special ed, and the Stetson Foundation is part of that.
They're members, yes.
Yeah, members. And there's some good work coming out of that, and there's some good work that's going to come out of that that's going to impact Washoe County School. That's just my teaser for today. So I just like to commend the board on the support around, today I'm sitting here thinking, man, we had a lot of stuff going on. But if you remember where we were and then where we've come from and where we want to go, we've seen some significant increases and achievement toward our strategic goals. So kudos to that department.
Thank you.
See no further discussion, Dr.
I
Dunn?
just want to comment on this meeting today. To me, is a wonderful example of our community's ability to look at inclusion on a continuum. We had the gifted and talented discussion. We're now talking about a special ed policy, and to me, that is the paramount of our educational opportunities. Every single child, wherever they're at, and we continue to, the best of our ability, provide resources and for their families and what they need. And this is a great example of the continuum.
Thank you, Dr. Knight. Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I would like the board to send a copy of this final policy to Dr. McCleary. It's so touched with her heart. If you could do that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It's a great idea. Trustee Rosario?
I'm ready to make the motion.
Please.
So, okay. I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval for the proposed adoption of Board Policy 6800, Special Education, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. And again, we're grateful for the work and your honesty, saying we still have a long way to go, but man, it's great to be on the road and moving in the right direction.
And thank you so much, trustees, for your support.
It does. It does. Okay, on to agenda item 5.08. Discussion and preliminary approval of the proposed revision to Board Policy 9100, Committees of the Board of Trustees, to include clarifying language related to the role of advisory committees, to include adoption of Addendum A, which is a list of committees, and the initiation of the 15-day public review period. This is for possible action, and before us is Chief of Staff David Lasik.
All right, good evening, trustees and Superintendent Davis. David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. This policy also went to the Board Policy Committee last week on Tuesday. We had one minor revision on page 2E to add in the yellow highlighted section where it states in board policy or committee bylaws. Other than that, there were no changes from the committee meeting. Much of this reflects the work that you all have done over the last couple of years. Your governance work from Dr. Alsbury, and much of that language comes from him. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I'm ready to make a motion. Okay.
Please do.
I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval to the proposed revision of Board Policy 9100, Committees of the Board of Trustees, which includes Addendum A, Committees List, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
Second. It has been moved and seconded. Thank you, Trustees Rosario and Nicolette. Any discussion? We'll hang on for the whistle.
I just wanted to congratulate Lisa Rosario. She just broke the record on making motions.
Oh, okay. It's all right. She was ready for it. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposition? All right, the motion is carried, and let the record show that that too is unanimous. Thank you, Chief of Staff. This is moving forward with some things that we were able to discuss and work through at the Policy Committee meeting. Excuse me, we've already done agenda item 5.09, and now we're on to the presentation and discussion 5.10, presentation and discussion and possible action on the performance evaluation for Ms. Tracy Davis, Superintendent, Washoe County School District, for the 2015-16 school year in accordance with the signed employment agreement and other matters properly related thereto. This is for possible action, and it is well after 4 p.m. And the presenters is actually, I'm listed, but I was one of the three. All of our officers for the board work with our senior consultant from Public Impact, Nita, and I'm not even going to try your last name, but thank you for being here. And Grace is. Grayson is not here. So Nita, please give us your full name, and that way I can pronounce your last name correctly. And thank you for being here.
Sure, thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and the trustee members.
It's okay. We're going to get your mic on, but while we do that, just want to thank you for your work. This is a couple of months worth of work, as we all know, and are sharing our own perspectives individually. And Nita had the task of pulling together a document from the board as a whole. And so what we will hear today will be the results of that. So we appreciate that work. Thank you so much.
Well, and thank you for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Nita Lasapunkel, Senior Consultant with Public Impact. And so now you guys all know how to say it. We greatly appreciate the opportunity that was given to us by President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and all the trustees to partake in the evaluation process. And again, my colleague Grayson Cooper sends his regrets that he's unable to be here today with us. Public Impact, we are a K-12 education consulting firm based out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background for all those here in terms of the process that we took that took place over the last 2 months that led to the report that is presented here today. And so the superintendent's evaluation is divided into 6 dimensions. Dimension 1, strategic district leadership. Dimension 2, instructional leadership. 3 is systemic leadership. 4, collaborative leadership. 5, board relations and personal and professional ethics. 6, organizational leadership. And there were 4 main components that went into the creation of this report. So the first one, the superintendent, her leadership team, and the board leadership team put together a portfolio of the artifacts that documented the superintendent's work, and that was provided for us as consultants for review, as well as each of the board of trustee members and the superintendent to consider. I had the opportunity to meet with each of the Board of Trustee members individually to hear their opinions and perspectives with respect to Superintendent Davis's work and performance. Each trustee member also had the opportunity to provide both positive and constructive feedback as it relates to each of the dimensions of the evaluation rubric. And then each trustee member was asked to provide a rating of either developing, which was worth 1 point, emerging 2 points, accomplished 3 points, or distinguished 4 points for each of the subdimensions of the evaluation rubric. And each of these subdimensions was weighted equally, and an average rating was provided for each dimension as well as for the evaluation overall, which is included in an appendix. The third component of this evaluation report, we also had a chance to speak with Superintendent Davis to also discuss the artifacts and evidence and obtain her reflections on her work and performance over the course of the 2015-16 school year. And the fourth component was a stakeholder survey. We worked in partnership with the Board of Trustee leadership as well as the superintendent to align questions with each of the dimensions of the evaluation rubric. And the survey was sent out to a number of invitees identified by the Office of the Chief of Staff, the Office of the Chief of Communications, the superintendent, and the Board of Trustees. And these stakeholders were both internal and external. And the survey included 4 different types of questions. There were structured responses where the participants were asked to provide their reflections on 3 ways the superintendent has improved the Washoe County School District during this evaluation period, and then 3 things that they felt she could do better. There also were Likert scale questions where participants could choose from strongly agree, agree, neither agree or disagree, disagree, strongly disagree, or not enough information in response to statements provided about the superintendent's actions and performance. There were also optional open-ended questions where participants were invited to provide commentary about their responses if they chose to do so. And finally, stakeholders were asked to self-identify within a stakeholder group, as well as identify the frequency of the contact they've had with the superintendent. And then Table 1 in the report, which is on board documents, does provide the response rates for each stakeholder group for the surveys. So in the presentation today, I'll be providing a summary of the information that was gathered through these 4 components. This information is a compilation of opinions and perspectives that were expressed, and it's not intended to represent all of the opinions that were provided. Again, as respondents were asked to reflect upon the 2015-16 school year, but not all respondents necessarily adhered to these guidelines, and we were not, following up and fact-checking every single perspective and opinion that was presented, whether through an interview or through the survey. And as a third party, we are reporting on the information that was collected from the stakeholders. We're not providing any of our own input or opinions into this report. And so if it's okay with everyone, I was going to go ahead and provide the board interview findings and survey findings for each dimension, but with each dimension, I'll pause and see if anyone had any additional commentary that they wanted to provide, or if Superintendent Davis had any reflections she wanted to add to it as well. Okay.
Yeah, that works fine, thank you.
So again, that first dimension was strategic district leadership, and the 2 sub-dimensions in there were 1, vision, mission, and strategic plan, and 2, data-driven planning and decision-making. And so I'll start first with the board member interview findings, and again, it's meant to be a compilation, and the information provided here does not mean every single board member's opinions or perspectives are here. It's just a compilation of the different things that I did hear from individual board members. And so according to the board members, Superintendent Davis was placed into a difficult situation in her transitions from being deputy to interim to superintendent, but she did a tremendous job in ensuring that the work continued here in the district and was aligned to the strategic plan. And she's done a fantastic job in terms of demonstrating that her focus is on students, the 64,000 students that the district serves here in Washoe County. And her passion has definitely come across to all those that meet her. And so, the board members that felt that the leadership and direction that she's provided to these district initiatives have been aligned to the strategic plan goals and the strategic plan overall. Board members also commended her on the emphasis on and availability of and the use of data throughout the district, and that includes, collecting, disaggregating qualitative and quantitative data, student proficiency growth, and operational data, and the public access to data, whether it be through the data summits, the data warehouse, data rooms at schools, parent portal, has definitely improved over her tenure here as a superintendent. And so in terms of the constructive feedback that was provided, it was felt that Superintendent Davis could continue to improve this use of data by refining the data collected, specifically in the areas of operations, ensuring that the right data points were being collected to make sure that meaningful outcomes were being obtained. Additionally, there were a couple comments from board members about the use of surveys throughout the district, that there are quite a number of surveys that are issued, but there was not always clarity as to who was being asked to complete the survey, what was done with the information after the survey was completed, and the thought was that if additional information was made available to participants, that could encourage a higher completion rate of these surveys that could be useful to the district. In terms of the survey findings, there were 4 questions that were related to this dimension, and they're available in Table 2, as well as the responses. And the responses provided, the percentages there are those who responded as strongly agree or agree to the statements. We also reviewed all the structured responses as well as optional commentary that was provided. And there were 2 main responses that came up quite frequently. And one was from district leadership. 37% felt that the superintendent has included student voice in all of her work and commend her for her actions there. And 29% of community partner organizations felt that data needed to be more understandable and accessible to parents. So I will pause there with Dimension 1 and invite any additional commentary.
So we'll begin, I believe, a commentary from the board. Any board members want to make any comments that perhaps have not been expressed you think will be important at this time? Then we'll hear from Superintendent Davis. This is on Dimension 1. No? Not offhand? Okay. Superintendent Davis?
This is pretty short on Dimension 1. I think there was a nice job done. Unfortunately, as we look at data, if you are represented by 8,000 employees, 65,000 families, we have 154 surveys. Yeah. Statistically speaking, it's not truly representative of a good, bad, or ugly. It's a low number as we try to engage our families and our communities. Therefore, sometimes this can be misconstrued as it relates to a relative being representing our community.
And I think that's something true for us, certainly because, as you said, one way or the other is how do we get that response? I think you were talking about that earlier, Di. How do we get that response rate up? And all of whatever that may mean. So thank you for that. Other commentary in Dimension 1, anybody? Okay. Thank you, Sub Davis. Nita, thank you. Dimension 2?
Okay. So for Dimension 2, there were 2 subdimensions: student achievement results and highly effective personnel. And so again, I'll start with the board member interview findings. So during the Superintendent Davis's tenure, the district's graduation rate has reached an all-time high, and several historically low-performing schools have grown enough to exit the achievement zone, which the board members appreciate her leadership and her team's work to drive this growth. There's also been efforts to restructure staffing and services, as we just heard about previously, with gifted and talented and special education, and board members believe that the reform in these areas will help these groups of students grow and reach their potential as well. The board members recognize that the country as a whole is facing a teacher shortage, especially in hard-to-staff areas, but there's even a bigger deficit here in the state of Nevada that is greater than many of our other states nearby. And while the district has increased its efforts to attract and retain highly effective personnel and provided numerous professional development opportunities, the board members feel that there is an opportunity to continue to recruit and diverse personnel into the district. While there have been small gains, there's hope that their additional efforts can continue to be made in this area so that our adult staff better reflects our student populations. Another potential area of growth is the use of exit surveys. So when we do have staff that leave the district, the understanding from the board members is that there are exit surveys available, but they're not currently mandatory to collect this information that could be very helpful to the district in terms of understanding why people leave and how improvements can be made. In terms of the survey findings, there were 7 questions that were related to this dimension. And again, the percentages that were provided were for those who strongly agree or agree to the statements that were there. And again, we went through the structured responses as well as the optional commentary to see if there were any trends amongst those who did respond to this survey, recognizing, as Superintendent Davis said, it is a small number of folks who did respond. And a number of folks across the different stakeholder groups all commented that the superintendent has improved graduation rates through her leadership, has made significant strides in improving special education, but that there was hope that the district could continue to do a better job with hiring and be more transparent about the hiring of district level administrator positions. There was also a desire to see the superintendent attend more of the LTL meetings and visit a larger variety of schools throughout the school year. And so I'll pause here for any additional comments.
I'll turn to my colleagues at the board.
Well, I think,
Trustee Rosario? No,
I
please,
think
go
we
ahead.
would be remiss not to talk about the great gains that we have made in special education and gifted and talented. That was a major, major focus of the Board of Trustees when we put Superintendent Davis in the position, and you not only rose to the occasion, you exceeded. And I think that's representative in the policy that we passed here today with special education, and it has not been an easy road traveled, and because there have been many, many years of neglect with special education on behalf of the school district, and I am the first one to acknowledge and say that. And you took the good, bad, and ugly, and you took it head on and addressed it in partnership with your staff, the community, and the Board of Trustees. And I could not be prouder of the work that we're doing in special education. We have a long way to go, but the pride and the level of importance that you give this initiative makes me incredibly confident as a trustee in the work that you're doing. And I have all the hope in the world that we will move forward in serving our special education students in the very best way that we can. So thank you for that, Superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Rosario. Trustee Franco? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. He was already leaning in. So Trustee Mears and Trustee Franco, don't lose your thought. Write it down if you need to.
You know, I want to say that Tracy Davis has brought a new expectation of success by our students that's never been put on before. It's always, well, 70% is okay, national average is okay. She's put on an expectation that our students will achieve by the year 2020.
Oh, your mic's off. It just jumped off.
At 90%, which at the barber shop, and I do go to the barber, I hear the public says, boy, those are high expectations. But if you don't expect high, you're not going to get high. And I think this district owes her a great gratitude for changing the culture from one of mediocre to expecting high expectations. And I think that one on there, the community said 100% on communication, communicates high expectations for all students. I wish we could get all underlined, to achieve academic success, and the community partner organizations 100%. That says it all right there. That says it all. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Trustee Mears. Trustee Franco.
Actually, Trustee Mayer said a lot of what I was going to say as well, as did Trustee Ruggiero, which I do think this is one of the areas that I greatly appreciate your work, Tracy, in the communication of high expectations. It too stood out for me in the survey that that is also, as few as people has responded, it seemed to be an area that most people recognize that your communication of expectations for academic success for all students is greatly appreciated and noted, and it is for me. I too appreciate the energy and the effort that you have put and are continuing to put into special ed and GT, and your commitment to inclusive practices and leadership in that area. I really commend you for and appreciate. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Franco. Other comments? No? Okay. Superintendent Davis?
Thank you. Anita, I like that you started off this process talking about a performance evaluation. And as in a performance evaluation, I think you used the word work and performance, artifacts, and evidence. But then later when you started talking, you got into opinions. However, I'm not sure sometimes when I read some things in here, what's an opinion versus what is evidence or what they feel, and we'll talk about that. This is probably the hardest job for board members to do. It is their number one priority to hire a CEO to lead the charge to move the district. But likewise, the hardest thing to do is have a public evaluation of your CEO, and do it in such a sense where you have to figure out where 7 people come together. And sometimes that's tough because everybody has a different vantage point. People have different time frames based on when they've been here. And with that being said, I think that while it's abundantly clear to me, we all agree the district is consistently progressing as evidenced by over 3,000 pieces of artifacts, which has served as evidence for these 6 domains. There is still work to do for us, especially as we look at ourselves, not as the superintendent, not as the board, but the team. And I truly appreciate a majority of the feedback provided by the board and find it beneficial as we move the organization forward. The idea of a performance evaluation is to help the leader become better and look at the things in which we can create better opportunities for the organization. But with that being said, I find it somewhat difficult at times, and I'm going to specifically address things that I find a challenge with as it relates to an opinion. Either it should be said this is the opinion, and I do understand that this is not the opinion of the whole board. That could have been a separate comment, but I'm going to address the board so that they understand that. I do have some concerns about things in the evaluation, and I'm going to respectfully ask that some comments that are opinions be identified as opinions in the document, or that those are not opinions, have specific evidence to support the statement, and when it was brought to my attention, or that we just agree that it probably should be removed. And I do understand that opinions have a place because that's part of it. But you got to remember, I have to serve a board of a majority. So you could have 7 different opinions. That doesn't do anything for me because that's 7 different people. And that's a hard task when they can't be in a room together to hash it out. So I totally get that. With that being said, I want to respond to paragraph 4 under Dimension 2, Instructional Leadership. Both as the deputy, and part of it sometimes people might not know, so I'm going to go with the people might not know some things. But both as the deputy superintendent and now as the superintendent, I've helped facilitate conversations for recruitment, hiring, retention as it relates to diversity in our workforce. I think if we talk about our added efforts around going to ELL conferences, HBCU, and how we get a diverse workforce, that has happened. And with that happening, I think there's a lot of things that we can do better, and in doing better, how we report to the board. I think there's a lot of things that are happening and the board may not realize we actually are leading the state in some of our innovative ways. And we can talk about our ARL program. We have parallels, partnerships with higher ed, just a variety of things. But specifically, and I truly believe that the trustee who wrote this probably did not know, that I actually have been recruiting. And so the statement says that that I should go on a recruitment trip. So if you go to paragraph 4, domain 2.
The dimension, those are pages outnumbered.
I specifically would just ask either there's a clarifying point around me going recruiting. Is it an ongoing expectation?
I think you're reading from the first part.
No, it starts with Superintendent Davis. Is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah.
Superintendent Davis has brought together.
Yeah, that's paragraph 4 under Dimension 2, right? Is that the right one?
Is that the right one, Tracy?
Everyone see where that is now? Yeah? No,
The statement is that I should go recruiting, right? I have been recruiting. So either it should be I should continue to recruit, or it is evidence that she's been on a recruitment trip. Simple. Because it says I need to. I don't think the trustee knew that I've actually been on recruitment trips. Okay.
Any other comments on Dimension 2?
Oh, yeah.
Davis, okay.
Response to paragraph 5. The aforementioned statement is one of probably the most disheartening statements in the entire evaluation. The board seems to be divided around selection efforts, which I can understand. While dedicated people serve our students' best interest academically and socially, they're being singled out in a single comment, and there's no defensible evidence to support the claim. It's not clear to me how a trustee is evaluating and supervising principals as gathering data to determine if a principal is strong. This should be specifically either listed as an opinion of a trustee, as trustees do not supervise and evaluate principals. As a former principal, I fully understand the complexities of hiring the right candidate for your building. And trust me, I've got it wrong sometimes. But there are times when a person is just not a good fit. As such, I would like to make a public apology to every administrator in Washoe County School District, as my evaluation is public. But when we start sending messages to our staff that we have some strong and not strong, that creates a problem for our staff. The challenges of the job of a principal are often overlooked and minimalized, and most of you know that because you've been in schools. But I can tell you that each principal every day has an attitude and a spirit of all in for 90% graduation rate by 2020 and beyond. And I have full confidence in our administrators' abilities, and I commend them for their service every day. But when we say that to the people we lead as it relates to the superintendent, how does that relate to evidence around the work being done? Because as we continually close gaps and we're saying that they're not strong, if that's going to stand evaluation, what are we measuring as strong? Because as a principal, if I'm reading that, I'm saying, well, what was the measurement? How was I being evaluated? Unless it was an opinion. And if it's opinion, fine, just say it should be an opinion. Finally, while the statement is made that I hired leadership tip members from Clark County School District, it should be clarified only one individual appointed to cabinet level position has been from out of district, and that was not Clark County. It is not accurate in that I specifically hire people from Clark County School District, and for me, it's not relevant where people come from. What is relevant is if it impacts the work that we are doing for our district. And I get it, sometimes there's this thing that we have with the North and the South. But for a point of fact, all individuals that came from Clark County School District went through a hiring process and was selected in their positions and hired by a different superintendent. At no time as the deputy superintendent or superintendent did I sit on any of those individual selection committees or make recommendations for hire. In fact, we were cognizant to remove me from that process so it would be objective when the names came forward. As the district wanted to ensure the entire process was fair and unbiased if ever challenged. Now, human resources can provide evidence of this. Candidates from our leadership team were internal already in Washoe County School District. And the process for the superintendent appointing her cabinet was followed by the guidelines provided by HR, like every former superintendent. As an interim, at the time those people were appointed, it was ran across the board so that they would know where we were moving, because the work was becoming abundantly clear that I could not do two jobs, but it was not done in isolation. So the statement is somewhat inaccurate, but the issue is how does that relate to the work? Because then we're getting into something that's very different. As this has no bearing on my work performance as a superintendent or a bearing on being related to a violation or not following rules based on the Washoe County School District hiring process, I'm requesting the comment be removed, as it actually has no relevance related to accomplishing the goal of the district or any violations in policy or practice. And I'm requesting specific evidence related to the issue around the problem with the leadership team as it relates to work or where they came from. Sometimes this is tough for us because you got to remember when I read this, the deputy superintendent came from Las Vegas. The superintendent came from Las Vegas. But where we come from does not define how we feel about the work we do for children every day. So I have some concerns about the statement, specifically because most of it is not true. But let me just say this. Today, we have met with several employees heading large impact, and you have praised them for their work, and they actually are from Vegas. I don't believe that anybody who comes through our doors cares about where kids or where our employees come from, as long as there is a fair hiring process and we do the right thing. what we should be talking about is how are we impacting kids, and when that isn't impacted, then I need to be challenged on my hiring processes. But if the work is being done by the people that we hire and we're progressing the district, I have a hard time if there's no evidence, if there's an issue around that. So I'm respectfully asking that either that be removed or some parameters around what that information has to do related to work and performance of getting the district initiatives. And finally, I have to say this because it's true. There were people from Vegas that were disheartened when they read that, because as many of you know, they work hard for kids. And we believe each and every employee, all 8,000 of them, no matter where they come from across the country, down the street, around the corner, Truckee, we work for kids every day. And we have to be ensured that the evidence and information put in a public document is truly related to the work. There is a place for opinions, and I agree with that. But when you read that, what message are we sending to the people who do the work every day? And that's all I have for Dimension 2.
Trustee Rosenberg and then Trustee Gandhi.
Has been effective in developing a culture and a climate that provides a safe learning environment for all students.
I'm sorry, will you just share with the rest of us where you're reading so we can
Good Lord.
perhaps follow along?
Table 3, 1, 2, 3, fourth thing down. I would simply like to say that it also provides a safe teaching environment. The culture of fear that I sensed when I first came on this board is gone, as witnessed people being free and comfortable to say exactly what they think. I think that's a very important plus that Superintendent Davis has brought to the party.
So you're recommending that change? You're saying, because that was a survey question that went out, so it can't really be changed. It was just, I mean, that was a survey question that went out, and so she's reflecting
What
that.
I think needs to be done is there needs to be a bracket. And then under that bracket, simply say, this is an opinion not supported by any fact, if indeed that's what it is.
Has been effective.
We don't want to hurt the people that do the work. They work themselves very hard.
Sure.
Now, by the same token, there are some that don't work themselves very hard. We all know that, all right? We do the best that we can do as we go. She's approachable. Whenever I have a problem, I don't have 20 seconds worrying about calling her up at 2 o'clock in the morning if need be and telling her, I have the problem, what the hell's going on? I think this is a very important factor. And what she's pulling apart between fact and opinion is important. I have a number of opinions that aren't supported by fact. I feel that way. I don't understand anybody disagreeing with me, but that's, I think, an important differentiation that does.
And as we go through this, I think it should be noted that I'm actually fine with the evaluation, the score. Like, that doesn't bother me. I am not fine with things that are not evidenced or cited as opinion or driven in fact that relates to my work performance in a public setting.
Okay, Trustee Gonda was next, and then we'll continue to work around.
I'm not arguing Superintendent Davis with anything that you said substantively. I'm on board with that. What I am raising a point to as is wondering what the purpose of this evaluation is. And the bell has already been rung, meaning that this document is already part of the public record. And now, and I get the difference between fact and opinion, but us going back and making substantive changes to what the report or the evaluation says, I'm just a little uncomfortable with that, because I think that as it stands right now, whether or not the process, we fully know what the process was for Nita, right? Maybe that could be a question too, is, you know, when a board member said this, you know, did she put it under opinion, or did she put it under fact, or did she request that, you know, when something was said that they point to the 3,000 pages and say this is where, you know, or bring their own evidence or something like that. I don't think that was the process that I experienced, but I'm just a little uncomfortable. I think if we put things as opinion, I agree with that, because I think that's important that the public know that there's a difference between the two. But changing it beyond that, I wonder what the full purpose of this evaluation is. If we can't put out what the trustees wanted to say in their evaluation, good, bad, or ugly, towards the superintendent. And again, I think you're doing a great job, and I think that reflects in this. But I think if we leave out some of those pieces, you know, and move them around, I'm just cautious with that, and I would be cautious as we move that around.
So whether you change it or not, I agree, but there's evidence, things that are not true.
Can I jump in just please?
Is it a follow-up to what Ryan just said?
It is.
Okay.
In order to make this much easier, what you're doing as you're talking to us is you're presenting a rejoinder to what has been said. Fine. That's your right, and I think that could be included as part of this whole document.
Absolutely.
And that
Then
might
you're
be.
not calling anybody wrong, right, indifferent. It's your rejoinder, too.
And that may be the way to go. Trustee Franco, I'm really sorry. I did see her first. And then we'll go to Trustee Franco. And then Trustee Ruggiero, you wanted to jump in as well.
Well, I just wanted to know the process I'm moving forward, because I don't want us to get bogged down, but I like what Trustee Rosenberg recommends. I think the superintendent should have an opportunity to comment on her evaluation, and that's what you're doing now, and that we can include these comments in moving forward, that we're making them part of the public record. So I think that's very important to hear from you. That's, you know, as I don't know who mentioned it, but this is probably the toughest thing in the world to do, is to do someone's evaluation publicly like this. So we get better at it every time, I think, or maybe we don't. But I think there needs to be a process for documenting response by the superintendent, and we need to have honor to that process. And I also agree with Trustee Gonda that, you know, things may stay as is, but I think it's critically important that the superintendent be heard. And I agree with how Trustee Rosenberg wants to approach that.
Thank you, Trustee Ruggiero.
As we move forward, I do believe that the integrity of the process, the honesty, the ability to look each other in the eyes and listen and try very hard to understand is extremely important. And I will say, for public record, is that this is a new process right now, and our ability to be able to have these discussions in an honest, open forum, although kind of uncomfortable, all the evaluations I've had over the years, I'm certainly glad they weren't taped and we're not going to be on TV and public record, etc. And so as we continue to develop this process, thank goodness for minutes, because we will not lose the very important salient points that are being said here. And as the new board moves forward, it's going to be extremely important to take it to heart and continue to fine-tune this process, because it's really the heart and soul of why the board exists.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Trustee Franco, thank you for your patience.
Not at all. Actually, I'm not going to say anything more, because what I was going to suggest is the opportunity to write up the concerns and attach them to the evaluation. That was actually the only comment I was going to make.
Okay. Any other commentary on dimension, Trustee Mayor?
You know, I have not liked this process since I was on the city council. It's really bad, because the tape will go with her to her grave. And we need to have a way that she can attach her thoughts, her ideas, and her questions to this evaluation. And what she said here, if that's should be attached. It's the way she feels. It's the way she responds to what was said in this evaluation. And I think it should be written up and attached to this, along with something, well, the recording's already going to say our comments, and she can have a copy of that too.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. your lights on, Superintendent Davis. Did you want further comment on Dimension
Well, I'll
3?
just say, just globally moving forward, it should be noted to the public that I've never been noticed or concerns brought forward to me that has not been handled in a timely fashion. And this is a summative evaluation, and if that's the case, I don't have evidence of concerns not being addressed in a timely fashion or answered.
I would say that any of those thoughts like that should be shared in its writing, because I think it is important to, to have a voice. And there was a former name that you said, Trustee Rosenberg, and then Trustee Gonda was nodding. It must be a legal term.
I've heard it. I don't remember what it is.
You nodded as though you were really knowledgeable
like,
about it.
Can I just nod?
Excuse me, I'm gonna leave.
No.
I think you can call it a joinder. That's fine. Really, what it is that any employer, oftentimes employees are entitled to have a retort, if you will, to an evaluation.
Fine.
So, yeah, so you can call whatever you want.
That's fine.
Response, I'd like to
Response.
Yeah, just use language we all understand.
I'd just like to say that is the circle of development, because as our job is to assess performance, we learn through this process too, and that really is the circle, and we do this together.
Right.
And I just want to say, just for common knowledge, as a Nevada System of Higher Ed employee, when I'm evaluated, I get to make comments on anything. And we agree and we assign signature together. And so, again, the only difference is it's my supervisor and I alone, and not in a public forum.
Yep, it's definitely different. Okay, we'll go on to Dimension 3. Nita, thank you.
All right, so Dimension 3, there were two subdimensions under systemic leadership, so systems for managing change and fiscal management. And so, again, and I apologize if I didn't say this clearly enough at the beginning, but this, again, was a compilation of opinions and perspectives that went into this report. And again, when statements were made, it wasn't meant to represent the opinions of all board members, but a compilation of it. And so, again, I'll start with the board member interview findings. And so overall, there was recognition that the passage of WC1, which was huge for this district, while it did not occur during this evaluation process, the work that the superintendent and the finance and budget team have done leading up to the passage of WC1, which did occur during this 2015-16 evaluation period, was extremely important. And the transparency, the use of resources, and the responses to the questions from stakeholders helped build that fiscal transparency with the public. The superintendent, comments were made that the superintendent prioritized this type of work for the staff to make sure that the district as a whole was open and transparent about how money is spent, how budgets are done, and where the funding sources that fund the district come from. And this work included the implementation of open checkbook, where the public is able to go in and see, where all the dollars are spent. The board members also commented that they wanted to recognize the grant department for continuing to seek out, write for, and receive grant funding to supplement the current school district budget, which is based on low per pupil rates that were currently received. There were two areas of growth that were expressed in this dimension. The first was around audits, and while the board members recognized that there were very, very few audit findings, there was concerns that a few of these few ones were not always resolved right away, and there were two examples that were raised that were included in the report. As well as concerns were expressed about the ability of internal audits to always complete their work when performance audits were not always completed as requested. And so the request was made that that Superintendent Davis continue to work with her staff to allow the internal auditors to complete their work as necessary. And the second area of growth that was identified was around the budget planning process. And so while the board members praised the increased transparency around how the dollars were being spent, they expressed hope that the budget could be developed more collaboratively in terms of the actual building of it, not just the presentation and then approval part. And so there was requests to receive additional information upfront, including better understanding of why specific dollars were being requested in different areas. One recommendation was made that in the work leading up to this board, the budget development, that departments could present their plans, including how well they met their strategic goals, the adjustments that they needed to make based on their progress or lack of progress, and that the district, which included both the superintendent's leadership team and the board, could build the budget together and review these additional spending requests at board meetings. For the survey findings, there were 4 survey questions that were related to this dimension, and again, the responses, the percentages demonstrated in Table 4 were based on the respondents who chose strongly agree or agree for each of those statements. We also reviewed any of the responses related to this dimension that were provided in the structured responses, as well as optional comments that were made specifically to this dimension. And again, the 2 themes that came up from this across a couple different stakeholder groups were, recognition for the superintendent on her work around the passage of WC1, as well as the request for more transparency on how positions and resources were allocated in the district. And I will pause and open up to comments.
Okay, Dimension 3, comments from board members. Trustee Franco, would you mind turning off? Thank you. Any comments from the table? Trustee Rosario?
So this is one of my quotes, so I'll just read it. She has done a tremendous job of creating access for the public around the budget, needs, and how we do our work when it comes to being fiscally responsible within the district. We've never been so transparent in the history of the district. We've gotten different recognitions for our business and budget department. The passing of WC1 wouldn't have happened if she hadn't set the tone for our staff for fiscal transparency with the public. She made it a priority for the staff to prioritize this information to the public and to be open and transparent about it, allowed the public to have a glimpse of the work of the district when it comes to spending budgets and funding. And I can speak to this because my experience as a trustee, I not only worked with Superintendent Davis, but I worked with other superintendents, and I also worked with AB 46. And I can't tell you the difference as a trustee for me and my experience in wanting information about the budget and spending and wanting to get that information out to my constituents. And it was like pulling teeth during AB 46. It wasn't as easy to access the information. I really believe that our partnership with the community and the willingness of Superintendent Davis to encourage and to set the priority to provide that information to the community really laid the foundation for the passing of WC1, and I feel incredibly strong about that because having access to that information gave people answers, and it also helped build trust within the community.
Thank you, Trustee Rosario. Trustee Franco?
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. And one of just a comment more than anything else on what is in here. When I look at the areas of growth in this dimension, the first one under audit, I think it bears reminding ourselves that this evaluation is for the last school year, 15-16, and I want to commend you here with the work. I mean, we've done a lot of work this year, as we've heard already this afternoon previously in this board meeting, and I want to appreciate your leadership in helping improve some of the communication and the processes that we have now in place regarding audits. So I just wanted to mention that because I think part of what may be captured here may have been what was some concerns from last year, but I can see already in this year a great deal of progress and improvement, which I anticipate and expect to continue. So thank you for your current work on that.
I think that is a good point. Thank you, Trustee Franco, for pointing that out. This is the 15-16 school year. That's where our focus should have been. So it certainly means that some things have changed and grown and whatnot. So it's good to point out. So thank you for that. Superintendent Davis?
Actually, I thought this was one of the better evidenced opportunities of growth for me. So we are probably more in agreement about this one than most of them because I think it's very specific. As I went through some of the things, even though the audits are in 2014, we can do a better job to improve on our practices. And, I love the comment around the budget and maybe we can do it a different way. So for me, I could attach this to the rubric and look where we were as a district and evidence things. So this one actually I thought was a great example of evidence-based growth opportunities for me to develop a plan by. And so I thank you for those opportunities to grow in that area.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Davis. Nita, we'll go on to Dimension 4. Seeing no other comments?
Dimension 4, collaborative leadership. Again, there were two sub-dimensions in this area. The first was parent and community outreach, and the second was communications. And again, I'll start with the board member interview findings. And I'd say across the board, I heard from pretty much every board member that Superintendent Davis, you've done a tremendous job in terms of community outreach and engagement, from organization meetings, visiting students and families at home, conversation corners, Friday minutes, Saturday minutes. There's a lot of information that's out there, and you're able to get out and about in the community. And there's belief that was expressed by board members that this positive external stakeholder support that you've built was key in the eventual passage of WC1 that happened during this school year. Board members also commended the communications department in terms of the strong job that they have done in terms of the messaging, the use of social media, and leveraging different communication channels to get the information out there. So in terms of areas of growth, the board definitely appreciated your straightforward and frank communications, but wanted to note that sometimes this delivery style could potentially be misunderstood by others. And they hoped that you could look for opportunities to continue to tailor your message and content to the different audiences that you are out there reaching out to. There was one example that was presented around the use of standard presentations for different communities. So that was specifically around the multi-track year-round calendar discussions that, addressing specific, they felt that they felt that creating materials that address specific concerns of each school and each parent community would have been more well received than using a standard presentation. And this other part came kind of both as a both positive and constructive, is that they, again, applauded your work getting out there into the community, but were concerned about your ability to sustain the level of effort in your community outreach. And so some of the board members suggested that you continue to seek opportunities to delegate some of these community events to other members of the leadership team, and being more selective of which ones that you attend personally. And in terms of the survey findings, there were 3 questions that were related to this dimension. And again, the percentages that were presented were for those who strongly agree or agree to the statements presented in Table 5. We did, again, go through the structured responses as well as the optional comments. And then there were 2 themes that came out. One was that the respondents felt that the superintendent has increased her visibility and improved community engagement, and that communications overall has improved.
Okay, thank you, Nita. Looking for any commentary, questions at all, and Katie, you can feel free to jump in on any of these that you have an opinion on. On Dimension 4, collaborative leadership.
Sure.
Trustee Rosario?
I'll read my quote. She's very responsive when it comes to requests from community members, whether it's a problem or wanting to implement a program. And she's always been responsive or helpful, but keeps very strong guidelines and boundaries to make sure it ties back to the work of the district.
Thank you, Trustee Rosario. Other comments from the table? Trustee Rosenberg?
Why not? I'll read mine. I worry that she does too much, and I'm afraid that she'll burn herself out or get sick. And that worries me more than anything else, because she has become so important to the situation. She's got to pace herself. Now, always doing this myself, I understand exactly what I'm saying. You're right.
Thank you for that introspective look.
I try.
Any other comments from the board? Katie, I see some, if I may.
Oh, okay.
Please.
I just want to say that I've always really appreciated how much Superintendent Davis has shown that she really cares about students and community outreach. I know that she always tries to go to as many events as she can in the district and be as involved as she can. You always come to the student advisory board meetings and always put in your input, and I've always loved that about you. So.
Thank you, and I love coming and talking with you guys.
Thank you, Katie. Trustee Frankel, you were going to add?
And it's actually less about, I'm just looking at the statistics, again, with the caveat that there weren't a lot of respondents in the survey. But one of the things that did stand out to me in this particular table, Table 5, and again, it's not my perception because I probably am more aware of everything that Superintendent Davis is doing than the average person in the staff, in the community or among the staff. But I do notice the discrepancy in the numbers between the column with district leadership and the other columns. And so I think the challenge becomes not so much whether it's accurate or not, but how do we communicate, how do we face that challenge of making sure that everyone gets that message? Because I know you're out conveying it all the time, and agree with Howard that sometimes it's probably exhausting. And so this is a huge district with many schools. So part of the challenge is looking at that data and thinking, how could we change those numbers? So particularly in the parent column, when I look at that one, and again, there were only 14 parents that responded to the survey, so it's not a reflective statement, but I just think it jumps out at me, and I actually want to, if you're going to comment, I know you are, one of the things I'd like to kind of hear is your thoughts on how do we change those numbers so that everybody gets clear on the work that you are doing in that area, which you are doing, in my opinion, very well.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. I think that's excellent commentary. Davis?
Is it my turn or are you going? Oh, okay, just making sure. And I do have some responses, but the responses are more about clarification to two particular statements. I think it's going to be hard. Statistically speaking, if you look at an 84%, well, how many people out of 84 does that? I mean, we can play the numbers game. We sent out a variety of surveys. We talked earlier about exit surveys. It is actually mandatory for people to do exit surveys. We just can't enforce it, right? I know that we sent out tons of stuff. Part of the challenge is, well, we talk about how do we get the community engaged, and all of you know that I've spent this year trying to re-engage disengaged groups with some specific purpose and measurable outcomes. But that's never going to be reflected because you got to remember they randomly select people to do this work. There are people who probably don't even know their principal's name in their schools. I mean, that's just part of it. And there are people who know who their trustee is and how to get in contact with them. So I'm not sure how we win that battle because it's a random selection. And we don't know who they go to. So I just don't know what that is and how that looks. And that's probably not only an area of growth for me, but an area of growth for the team, because that is reflective of all of us. And so I agree with that. I just have a couple of statements to respond to just for clarification mostly. On Dimension 4 response to paragraph 3, my messages are actually tailored. Many of you go to different events with me, and we actually change them depending on who it is. So when it relates to whole school and policy, as you know, we did 6 community meetings. We got to deliver 6 consistent messages because you don't want community A saying they didn't tell me that in community B, because that's 30,000 feet. I cannot tailor that message for a region of schools. That was for the district. Messages outside of that I actually deliver, I mean, literally we could give you 3,000 PowerPoints of how they're tailored and different, like the one today. We term it's different from what we look for with our faith-based community versus what I do. So I guess I'm going to need a little more guidance and evidence about what that is, because we actually do tailor to the need. Because remember, when I speak whole group. Now, it is often that I have had to do some small group meetings, and those are tailored for small groups. And specifically, I think in this concern, it somewhat talked about the issue around year-round. I can tell you that a particular school that Pete and I actually went to separately based on the parent constituency group, that same year-round school, I did not attend their SOMP meeting plan because I did not attend SOMP plans for any of those, because that was delegated to the area superintendent, the chief of school performance, and the deputy. And that's because they had more intimate knowledge. Even the way the setup was, because I have to make the recommendation, they have to do the work at the lower level. My job was to do large district-wide meetings. And so it wasn't that I actually opted out. In fact, I was at my state superintendent's meeting at that time. So I think sometimes it's just the way it's worded for me. I did not opt out, like I was at another meeting. And maybe you didn't know that, I don't know. Well, we do put that out in the superintendent's weekly where I'm going to, right? Yeah, okay. So you probably did know it, you just didn't realize it.
We
So
don't know when they
yeah,
are. We just know you're going, but we don't know when they are.
no, those are dated actually when I go to the meetings. No? The week of? Then we probably should put the date.
The week of.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I mean, the point's.
Yeah. So I just think that part of that is around clarification, because if you're Joe Blow in the public and it reads, she opted out, it sounds like it was a tough meeting she didn't want to go to. Well, I'll probably take the toughest of all meetings. If you've been to any of my meetings, you know they are not easy meetings around this. And the ability to adjust. I think while there might be some reflection about how people may feel, or I could be standoffish, the truth is many of you want me to be the one because you feel that I can soothe people or ease the crowd or something. So that's not reflected. It's not balanced. It's about what people may feel, but what can you actually measure and say, well, this might happen, which I could agree to that, but it's not reflected in the artifact that there's a balance of how I actually engage with the public or public meetings. What good, bad, or ugly, it's not necessarily reflected. And finally, I think that we talk about differentiation of schools, but I think the board did get work around that and provided me direction, and as a result of that, we created school overall management plans. Those plans are very specific to their school and their building. So sometimes I think maybe there's a thought, but it doesn't reflect the actual direction sometimes given and what was done as appropriated. So I do like to think that it's a tough job, don't get me wrong, but I think that my ability to work with people is probably one of my strongest suits, naturally. I have some other things that I probably have to work on. So I think that that's not necessarily always reflected in part of that. Paragraph 4. I can appreciate the comment around my busy schedule. I'll tell you that I had a trustee buy me dinner one night, and I was eating before I got up or something. I said, I need protein. That person left, which I value because I think a board that takes care of their superintendent is a board that cares about their superintendent. Likewise, the superintendent should care about her board. And I think that there is evidence of that. Some people might read this whole evaluation and think there's trouble in paradise, but that's not true. And we do a good job of taking care of each other, even though we don't always agree. But we have to be cognizant of a time and a period in Washoe County School District where I cannot be everywhere all the time in the past 9 months. If we pulled how many growth and overcrowding meetings, how many organizations, how many clubs, some stuff gonna get canceled. I'm not gonna be everywhere because there was a need in our community to go out and tell our story. And that's just true. And sometimes I feel like if you look at this evaluation, though it's said, it's not necessarily reflected sometimes, but yes, you do want me to delegate some stuff. But this wasn't the opportunity for me to delegate when I had to tell our story because there was something truly at stake for us. And pretty much that's it. Like, I just think those are just global statements, but I think that if you're going to put some of that stuff in, we have to be aware of some other things because it doesn't reflect wholly who I am and how I engage with parents.
Oh, and again, I think I want to just concur, just from other thought that we shared before. Those are the kinds of comments that we want you to reflect in your. When do we end up calling it? Response, retort, rejoinder, Yeah, well, again, back to a word we can all understand: a response. Because I think it is important, as you said, Trustee Rosario, for your voice to be heard. So thank you for that. On to dimension number 5, Nita.
All right, in dimension number 5, there were 2 subdimensions. The first was professional ethics, and the second was board relationships. And again, I'll start with the board member interview findings. And so after speaking with the different board members, their perspective and opinions is that Superintendent Davis is a very ethical district leader. And as you'll see from the quotes that are there, they felt across the board that, they've never heard her to be unfair. She never compromises. She's really focused on the impact on students. And there's a lot of trust there in terms of that particular area. there was some constructive feedback in this particular dimension. And the first one is around the recognition that, while the superintendent has a very large number of responsibilities and is often being pulled in many different directions and needs to be in different places, there were some concerns expressed about the frequent use of electronic devices during different events that can create the perception that if she is either inattentive or the matter at hand is not as important as what is on her device. And so, again, recognizing that there's a lot of different things going on and that, it was just the concerns around that perception that came through. Another potential area of growth that was provided is, again, the board members noted that, they appreciate the superintendent's candid style of communication, but wanted to point out that there were some concerns of her facial expressions that were made during public events and meetings, and while it's challenging to be poker-faced at all time with different commentary, their suggestions were made that, the superintendent should try to do that when possible. Around the area of board relations, board members noted that the superintendent has built a stronger rapport with some trustees than others and would like to see the superintendent continue to improve upon those relationships and communications with all board members, including continuing to set aside regular one-on-one time with each of those board members and providing that private time for board members to discuss any concerns with her privately. The final area of growth that was recommended by the board members was around external messaging and the hope that, that those messages could be more collaborative between the board and the superintendent in an external facing audience, whether it was through the media or to other stakeholders. And that some of these messages the superintendent or a designee could provide to the board and inform them before they went out externally to the media. In terms of survey findings, there were 3 survey questions that were related to this dimension, and again, the percentages represented were for strongly agree or agree for the limited number of respondents who did provide their answers to the survey. Again, we went through the optional commentary and the structured responses, and there were 3 themes that emerged from those who did respond. One was across a couple of different groups, stakeholder groups, was around continuing to build a stronger climate and culture of respect. The second was meeting more often with teachers to include teacher voice when making decisions. And the third opinion was around concerns over the frequent use of electronic devices. So I'll pause there for additional comments.
Okay, thank you, Nita. A comment from the board on dimension number 5.
I have a quick
Dr.
comment.
Dye?
On the table, the first element models professionalism and acts in an ethical manner. This is for future reference. I really believe those should be separated because those are so, ethics and professionalism are just so different. But I will say that, and you could probably guess because I'm the one without my phone up here and I kind of push that away and I kill a lot of trees. And I apologize for that. But I do say that as a collective, and even in the audience, I watch and I listen. There's something in me that's a little disheartened by our use of our devices. That some people are excellent at multitasking. They're incredible, and they can do 3 and 4 things at once. But there is a perception that if you're doing that, you're not doing this. And it's really it's one of those small comments, but I think it's important in this time and age, especially when we have 64,000 students for whom we role model. I think we all need to be very careful about making sure that we have the appearance of being engaged and make it authentic. I'm the one that said one of the comments about the, the multitasking, being on the iPad. And so that's where that comes from. It's very heartfelt.
Thank you, Dr. Dye. Trustee Frankel? Trustee Rosenberg? Somebody over there?
I never put this on the desk, ever. I feel exactly the way you do. I hope you'll take this in the spirit I mean it. We're old. In today's world, that's the way it runs. I don't think it's ever meant to be rude. There are times when I yodel at the kids, put the damn things away. But we're just doing what you told us to do. It takes time to get through this. I have never seen our superintendent be anything but instantly available to me. Maybe not to meet. She's got other things to do. But she'll always pick up the telephone and talk to me for a couple of minutes before I step in it up to our elbows. So I think we do need to be mindful of it. But I also think we need to recognize that the world has changed and changed drastically. And if it weren't for this, I would have had a major disaster up at school an hour ago. So, for what it's worth.
Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Trustee Frankel?
Thank you, President Taylor. And I'm going to follow Trustee Nicolette's lead and also claim one of the statements I think might have been mine. I think it sounds like something I would say, or I did say, so I echo it, which was in the comment related to the importance of a unified message between the Board of Trustees and the superintendent. And I know you alluded to it previously that we're a team. And I know that I would like to see more of that in terms of how we message in the district. And I've seen that recently. And I think, again, this is referencing what happened. This is a separate period of time. I think there was more division at that time. And I think we're working toward creating a more unified voice. I always like to refer to us as a team of 8. And I'd like to see that message that way more. So I think that was one of the things that I conveyed in my interview, and the importance of a unified voice as leadership.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Other comments? Trustee Gonda?
Just real quick, having been part of developing the rubric, not this one, but for future ones that I won't be able to be part of an evaluation. So I just think it's interesting, and it's just more a process piece in my mind is definitions. Where do we go with, if we're going to talk about technology, is that truly part of the rubric, or is that a tangent, that is less important? But was that well defined in the rubric? I don't know. But I mean, those are just some things to consider. The other point too is just looking at the surveys and trying to determine what it's just a question, I guess, Nita, is the questions from the survey, were they part of the rubric, or were those your statements, like on table 6?
The table 6 were the questions on the survey, so stakeholders were presented those statements and they were asked to choose strongly agree, disagree, et cetera, to that statement.
Did you write that statement, or was that a part of the rubric that we had given to you?
I wrote the statement and I presented it to President Taylor, Trustee Mayer, and Trustee Frankel, as well as to Superintendent Davis for their approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonda. Good questions. Anything else from the table? Katie?
Yeah, I'm looking at the question that says foster a culture of respect and honors equity and diversity. And I just want to say, I feel like in the district, we are doing a very great job of honoring equity and diversity from what I can see within schools. The community in most of the schools I've been in have just started to feel a lot more comfortable, and I feel like people are not as scared to show who they are ethically. And I see that part of the district is just improved greatly.
Thank you for that, Katie. I mean, what everybody says here matters, but what you say to me matters just a little bit more. No offense, anybody. No, hey, I'm just, let the record show. I'm saying that that's transparency at its finest. It is favoritism. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But thank you for that, because the perspectives and the feelings of safety, Trustee Ruggiero, emotional safety, and all of the students matter greatly to us as a board. And thank you for sharing that. It matters to her too. So, thank you. Matt, Superintendent Davis.
one?
I'm so sorry, Trustee Rosario, your light wasn't on. Trustee Rosario, would you like to comment?
So just a couple of thoughts. I appreciate you acknowledging that you're older and and the use of technology. We're all laughing about that, but all joking aside, so I wonder, Superintendent, this is just words of wisdom. You have 4 new trustees coming on board, and so it might be helpful to you to really make a concerted effort to reach out to, because this will be a new board, and so you may have to develop a strategy on how you get to know the individual board members, and you know, this is where I struggle. Is this where the superintendent should be spending her time? Is getting to know the new trustees and building that relationship? But on the other hand, I think, shouldn't her time be spent, observing a school or, working with her leadership team? But it's evident to me that relationship building is critical to the work that's happening in this school district, and so I wonder if you would have had comments on the use of technology, if there would have been more relationship building. And I'm not saying that's your responsibility. No. And I may say that may be up to the trustees, but it tends to be something that I see over and over again about some of these really small things that, they're being, that are being brought up in an evaluation, which, when I read this, I thought it was silly, but actually it's not. It's important, to these individuals who, your 7 bosses. So I take a deeper look at this, and I think, this stuff should not be being brought up in an evaluation. Your use of technology, I just don't. That concerns me. And so, as trustees, in moving forward, and I look to President Taylor, I look to Vice President Mayer, and I look to Trustee Frankel, that you're mindful of this when you're having these conversations, and Superintendent Davis, that you're mindful, because when we're making comments about she's on her cell phone during a meeting, well, you know what? I'm on my cell phone during a meeting, and I think it's perfectly appropriate, but others may not. And so if you're building the relationships, maybe this type of misunderstanding or creation of understanding of how we work as individuals is important. And so what I take from this is that you have an incredibly hard job, having 7 bosses. You have the hardest job in the world. And when you're a superintendent, you have to have a toolkit on how to work with 7 diverse personalities. And that begins with good board policy, good board governance, but no matter what, it will continue to change because people move in and out of these seats. And so I hope what comes from this today is that we are laying the foundation for the work in the future, because we can obviously, all of us can do better. But I'm concerned that when you have 4 new trustees, trustees are demanding, and they're demanding for good reasons because they care so much. And they're demanding because they're volunteering hours and hours and hours every week to give back to this community. So we have to figure out a way. And so I know you're up to the task, but you have an incredibly hard job ahead of you. And I want to make these comments tonight to hope to lay the foundation that trustees have to do the work and superintendent has to do the work, and we have to find a way so that this kind of stuff is not getting brought up in evaluations, because this should have been a conversation between trustee and superintendent. It should not have been brought up in the evaluation.
Thank you, Trustee Rosario. Other comments before Trustee Mayer?
Yeah, You bring up 7 individuals, and that's what we are. And communication's a two-way street. You know, if you don't get with her and ask her, are you available for this? I want to come in and see you on Monday at 2 o'clock. If you don't make the effort, shame on you. And we're all different. Some of us need to be spoon-fed everything. And some of us just go along our way and nothing happens and the wind blows and everything. So we're all different and we all need to be handled different. But when it comes to the cell phone, I think it's a bigger task. We shouldn't be on our cell phones because there have been ethic charges brought up on that because you're texting me and you're saying, how are you going to vote on this item? Say, Reno's had that problem when they were passing notes. They had the ethics charges for them when they passed notes. And they probably were saying, oh, let's go to a party tonight. But it's the way it looks. And this is the new note. These cell phones, and so I don't blame people for writing that. I didn't write that because, you know, if she wants to be on it, fine. But I think that communications, we got to look at it and say, you want to meet with her, say, okay, I'll meet with you at 7 o'clock on every other Thursday or whatever, and then you go and you sit down and you say, you know, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this. What do you know? She knows this, 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 and this, and you have have notes ready to talk to her. That's what I do when I meet with her. I go write down my notes. Okay, the swing said at such and such. What about that, Tracy? And she answers them, and away we go. So I really think that I agree with you. Communication should not be in here because it's an attitude and a way that other people ask. And then to dean her for not making us each like each other here. How petty was that? Because we're 7 different people. And we're going to get along with some people and like some people, and we're going to not like some people. But she can't make me like you.
Yeah, but we can all get together and sing.
Well,
and hug a tree.
Well, no, but it's important, as Nita said, it's important, as Nita said, that these are people's perspectives, and that's their individual view, and we hopefully we can all learn and do better, as we're asking superintendent. We'll do better as a board. We'll do all of that. This is a learning and growing opportunity for all of us in this. Trustee Gonda?
I just echo what you just said, President Taylor. I think that we go back to what is the purpose of this evaluation. It's not to attack each other as a board, but to learn from each other and to help Superintendent Davis learn and grow as well in an open conversation. But if we're attacking each other, saying, you know, this is good and that is good and things like that, you know, I don't think that's what we're here for. I think we're here to, you know, have an anonymous source to present these, you know, to feel free that we can make these, have this conversation with Superintendent Davis. Should the communication have been better? Yeah, that's our learning point. You know, but I don't feel like any of these points made are worthy of bad points. You know, I mean, they are what they are, and the trustee that said them at the time, that's how they honestly felt, and we should respect that. So.
Thank you, Trustee Gonda. We're going to go. Katie, you wanted to comment? And then we're going to Superintendent Davis.
I had one comment about the whole technology thing. The way that I see it is there's so much going on at schools while we're in these meetings. There's so much going on within this building while we're at meetings. So I understand why you have your cell phone out or why you have your laptop checking emails. Anything could happen, and if whoever's trying to contact you, it could be for a very important reason. So I understand it completely.
Said by the 16-year-old. Just saying. Thank you, Katie. Superintendent Davis.
Yeah, we got kind of start mixing things in here, and so I think I do have some concerns, but I think that many of you have brought those to the table. So then it goes back to board relationship and personal and professional ethics, and is that me to the individual, me to the board, and how we work as a team, or board to board. Yeah. And I think that there's a whole bunch of stuff going on in this conversation that my challenge is to sometimes stay above that. And if we were all being honest, we know that there are some issues sometimes, right? We are no different than any other public body. Part of it is evidence. Part of me read some of those statements, and I was about to have the secretary print off every email, every artifact to suggest what I actually did to engage board members. In fact, I think this term around, there's better service provided faster on a variety of things, whether it's a name, this or that. On February 5th, I'm going to address the response to paragraph 4. On February the 5th, 2016, in the superintendent's highlights, I provided the following statement. Trustees, for those of who are interested, I would like to schedule monthly meetings with you, which works best for your schedule. I think it is important that we have time to discuss issues and solutions that we face as a district. I hope that the meetings will be an opportunity to build our professional relationships and allow us to be proactive in problem solving. Together, we will grow as a team and take our district to new heights. If you are interested, please contact my secretary and schedule it. That request was sent to every trustee, and that request was also sent to trustees who came after that fact, and we figured out how to meet. And it wasn't necessarily about, do we have to have lunch or a standing meeting? It was, how does it work for you? I can tell you some trustees don't want to go to breakfast or lunch. They want to, when they call, or if they need me to pull me in the hallway, that's what they want. Some trustees want to send it by email. However that may work for you, you develop that, and then I try to work that in my schedule. And I think I've been pretty consistent with those who have actually scheduled. And there's time I've canceled on you, John, I know. But I've been pretty consistent. If you schedule it, I'll come. If we can, I don't. So the hard part for the superintendent is when you put out something to build a bridge and it does not come back to you, I'm stuck because I sent it to everybody, right? And some people don't want to meet. They just have, you have to honor that too. So then I have challenges with that because I think that I've done a super job. And if you text me at 4:30 in the morning, you're probably going to get a text back at 4:31. Yeah. If you text me at 11 o'clock at night, you're going to get a text back. So I believe that if you contact me, you get a response, unless I'm deep in sleep and then I get it the next day. But the turnaround is pretty fast. And if it's something that the staff gives you, it's pretty fast. But you determine that. There are trustees who never call me, and they contact Kristen or they contact David. And to be truth, if you've worked with us long enough, contacting one of us is contacting all of us, right? We know, we just talk. Because we want to deliver good service. We want to make sure that we're on the same page, we're providing that. So that's a challenge. Paragraph 5, it is rare for the staff or superintendent to go out with the board to constituent meetings. Varying perspectives about this issue, I feel, are acceptable to have and should not perceive as blindsiding. If there are concerns related to blindsiding, honestly, haven't been brought to my attention ever, which makes it a challenge. Because if you feel you're blindsided, then we have to address it, because that might be perception, or somebody saying, well, yeah, I blindsided you, but you said something that was incorrect. I don't know what that is, particularly as it relates to me, because I don't know who you go out in meetings with staff, but I'm taking that as it relates to me doing the work. Communication is two-way. We can talk all day long about what I have to do to engage you, but it is two ways. Whether it's comfortable or uncomfortable, both adults have to make a process to do that. I do believe I've delivered an opportunity to meet with trustees, and ongoing. You can call me tonight at 11 if you want to, but that's up to you. Response to paragraph 6. I know there's a lot of issues around parent complaints, and I know there are trustees who want to be right there. Let me help you solve it. Let me do it. But there's board policy 9051 and 9052 specifically prohibits such practice. It's not about what I don't want you to do. There's a board policy, and we follow that process for a reason. Because ultimately, if a parent is not happy, ultimately, they do get to come to you if it ultimately is that way. So we wouldn't want you to be put in harm's way. So that is the reason. And if we're not going to follow the policy, I don't understand. My job is to execute the policy delivered by the board. Response to paragraph 7. I think I probably addressed that more than enough. I think if we had the evidence return or whatever, I get with you. And let me just say, I think we've built a better working relationship around concerns. I know many of you bring some of those concerns to the president or the former president, and we actually meet every week and we talk about it, and we don't always agree. And sometimes the breakfasts get cold and we argue. But what we do agree about is that spirited, right? Very spirited sometimes. But what we agree about, if there's an issue that we need to get fixed because it impacts the work, the district, and students, then we got to figure it out, because that's our job, all 8 of us. And we do this every week. Now, whether you understand that or that's deliberate, but that is a fact that I can prove. So I believe any concern that has ever came to the table, and she has brought concerns from trustees, they've been taken care of. So I have a hard time when there's things in the evaluation that says, perhaps I didn't take care of something in a timely manner. And if that's the case, when was I noticed, or when was I told, and what didn't I do? Because I can tell you, there are times where I'll ask something, and as my job, I have to ask for clarifying information before I go to that person. And sometimes I've been told it was already fixed. Well, if it's already fixed, then I'm not gonna go back to doing it. So some of those statements, I guess I have concern. I think we have to do a better job as a board. But the fact of the matter is, there's so much we can do with building relationships, because relationships are also founded and built around common things of interest. Then we have more to talk about. I might say hello to you and we ask a few questions. Today I know that your son's coming home, right? But generally we talk about our kid and it's short, right? John and I love sports, so it's long. So we have to value the respect and the relationship as it relates to the work performance, the job we're doing for the district, but also understand that we all might not be besties, but still be respectful to each other as we do the work for the district. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Davis. Neither, we're on to dimension number 6.
Last but not least, Dimension 6 for organizational leadership. This one had 3 subdimensions. Distributive leadership, acknowledges failures, celebrates accomplishments and rewards, and efficacy and empowerment. And although there were 3 subdimensions, this one had the fewest opinions, perspectives, and commentary, both from board members as well as the survey. So I'll start with the board member interview findings. In my conversations with board members, they commended Superintendent Davis for building a strong and capable leadership team, and recognized that she was doing a good job in leveraging their individual skill sets to continue doing the challenging work in this district. There was consensus that she has distributed leadership to her team and empowered them to do the work without micromanaging them. Many board members also felt that Superintendent Davis takes the time to celebrate and acknowledge success and hard work whenever it is appropriate, and that is also inclusive of the spotlights on success. There was also the opinion that Superintendent Davis is focused on creating those necessary structures so that changes, that are very difficult to come by are sticky. And an example was around the policy, and one of them I think we just heard earlier today, around district committees, eliminating informal committees and replacing them with official ones being an example of creating those necessary structures. The only piece of constructive feedback that was provided, and this was more again, a perspective of board members, was that while they saw and they could visibly see the superintendent distributing leadership and developing her specific leadership team, they were less clear about whether or not the leadership team was continuing to build the pipeline throughout the organization by, delegating that work forward to their direct reports and beyond. For the survey findings, there were 4 questions related to this dimension, and again, the same process was taken as mentioned before, and they were very there was almost no comments that were made from the structure responses or optional comments related to this dimension. There was just one small one that came through, which is around, again, decision making from two particular stakeholder groups, district staff and school leaders, who felt that this decision making was limited and not everyone was empowered beyond the leadership team.
You're right, just one. Okay, dimension number 6. Looking for any commentary from my colleagues, I should say my board colleagues around the table. Okay, none? Okay. Superintendent Davis?
So I do have a response, to paragraph 4. It's probably more clarification and understand as it relates to what is the evidence that would be expected, because the comment talked about at beyond. So I wrote specifically that and I appreciate that the board actually can observe distributive leadership on my part in developing my leadership team. That's one of the opportunities that I've been growing in as a leader and pushing people and giving Kristen opportunities to go to stuff and trying to get David to. Because, I love school, and so I love tweeting out about schools and doing the work. So that's important for me as I grow. The struggle I have with it says that it talks about and beyond, what is and beyond? How is that defined? It starts off with the chief, the directors, but and beyond, and then what evidence of that? Because and beyond could mean the entire district. That's not clarified for me, so I struggle with, I don't understand what that means and what does evidence look like, because maybe that's happening and every person has to turn in something, return in evidence of that. So it's hard for me to gauge what that means. And it's not saying that you don't think it is, but if I have to evidence something that I don't understand, that becomes a challenge for me. And what beyond is, because I could stop at the second level, but you might want to go all the way down. The hardest thing is when people think that, we micromanage. Well, we actually have to follow NRS and do stuff. And you have to do read by 3. And yes, we're telling you have to and you don't have a choice because it's by law. And sometimes that's hard. And I can tell you why it's hard, because as a teacher, I can never understand why my principal made me do things. And then I became a principal, and I couldn't understand why the area superintendent made me do things. And then I became an area superintendent. Couldn't realize why the superintendent made me do things. And then I became a superintendent, and I remembered there's legislators that make laws. And so it's a complicated process that the farther down you get, you probably don't understand. You might think, well, the district said we're going to do this because we think it's great, but actually we have to follow guidelines. So that's a tough thing in how we message that, and we can do a better job around that. But I also think when you speak to that comment, I wouldn't even know what evidence was or exactly what beyond was. Beyond to what? So I would need some help to understand what that means and what evidence would be.
Angie, President Taylor. I have a thought, actually.
I'm trying to do a little follow-up, so go ahead. Go ahead. I was trying to do a little follow-up. Go ahead.
You're on your phone.
I was doing a little follow-up.
I got that.
Yes.
I just wanted to mention, and just sort of looking at the table, on table 7 in this area. And I think, I can't speak to the specific evidence, but I think what this shows me, and again, with all caveats aside regarding the numbers in the survey, I do see some differences of opinion and perspective, and that's what this is, and experience, which is what this particular dimension is really talking about empowerment, feeling connected to strategic goals, feeling motivated and empowered to take ownership of the goals. So when I look at this, I say, okay, there's an opportunity here. And so, and that's what I see, because I see the district leadership may answer very differently than the columns where we see district staff and school staff, and even on the first one, school leadership. So I think in terms of the message or the opportunity that this presents, I think that's what I see here, is an opportunity to think about and work with other members of leadership throughout the district to create that. And it's not all on you, but it starts with you, and I think I think it's pretty clear from here and from what the leadership team responded here, and actually what the board members say, that you do a tremendous job creating that in that immediate circle. Clearly, there's a need to create that throughout the district that I see in this chart and this table. I'm just responding to your comment and kind of thinking about that comment that I just read that I was reading in the the board comments. So that's sort of my thinking about it, is the opportunity to explore ways to share leadership and to continue to distribute leadership. And again, it's not that you're not doing that immediately. I think what we're seeing is the need to keep broadening it out.
I'm actually listening.
She's
I'm
actually
actually listening. So.
She's demonstrating.
And I understand that too, but I could go beyond. My question is define beyond, because I could go 3 things down. Or are we saying, do we get the message about, let's say, the 4 fundamentals, right? We all know the 4 fundamentals. How do we distribute that all the way down? Or 90 by 20, is that just an academic side of the house thing, or is that both sides? Well, it's everybody, right? And then what does that look like? And maybe it happens, but I'm not sure what the evidence is. So that's when I say beyond, right? Like, what is beyond? Are we saying that Rick Martin and every bus personnel transportation should be able to articulate? Then I got to figure out how to measure that. If it's going to be fair, then I need to understand that, because then I have to train a team, right? I mean, that's just fair. So it has to be defined what the evidence is, so I could be able to figure out how we deliver a product to prove.
Trustee Rosenberg?
There is one small problem. You're trying to find rationality and logic in this. There isn't any. It's education. Sorry.
Dr. Dye?
3 things. Evidence, absolutely. It's got to be data-driven, qualitative and quantitative. And I want to reflect back on the 3,000-page packet. That was monumentally impossible to get through and to align it with the protocol for the evaluation. There were so many documents of incredible depth and information in there that I totally get what you're saying about the evidence, because I got to a point where how does this relate? So in the future, I think looking at evidence on both sides is extremely important, and align them with the next rubric and the protocol. Second, I just want to recognize and acknowledge the monumental task of balancing the internal leadership and the external leadership. And in a district this size, with all the numbers, boy, that is a monumental task. And to close with that, I just want to say thank you I am so comfortable in our ability to have an honest and open discourse around this that I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dye. I was asking because I know if we have any public comment cards, and I think that we do. We have a final statement. What we'll do, we will have a final statement from Superintendent Davis, and then we'll have our any public comment that we have, bring it back here to the board for whatever final statements and any action that we may want to take.
As I said earlier, it's hard to rate a person and then get 7 people to come to a conclusion that's the same. If you look at the numbers that you have, there are some opportunities for growth for not only me, but as you rank me, some opportunities of growth for inter-rater reliability. And I think no matter how fair and non-discriminatory these ratings are made to appear with any type of rubrics of such, through endless establishment of criteria used for the rating, sometimes they do boil down to feelings and emotions. And we've heard that strongly in some of the comments in the evaluation and in some of the dialogue we've had here today. And as I reviewed the scoring, I looked for places where we were more on the same page as a team versus pages where we were spread out as a team, because you have to honor that. Sometimes they throw out the high score, throw out the low score, and then figure out in the middle, where are you, and then go back to look at some of those things. I think overall, there were opportunities for growth in this that I could identify with how moving forward we could create systems or report back to the board. But likewise, there were things I was like, that's an opinion. Doesn't make it right, doesn't make it wrong. But here's what's funny about social media as we talk about our technology. People are gonna read this and they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, there's trouble. But when we actually think about the work that we do for kids in the district, we actually do a good job and get along, right? I mean, when we just boil down to get into, now we get into it a little bit, but that's great because there's not a rubber stamp, as Dr. Angela Taylor will say, we're not rubber stamping, and the superintendent is not gonna always just say, okay, right? But that's good because the idea behind the collaboration with the superintendent and the board is to be the best team we can for 64,000 kids. As I look back where I started this job and relationships and stuff, and I look at today, I think, oh my goodness, what a wonderful place we are for our students and our staff. Because I remember you used to walk around, I don't like the way this feels, but everything's not gonna be perfect. Opportunities of growth for the superintendent, that's your job. So as the public looks in on this and weighs in on this, it should be said that we actually do a pretty good job in creating policies and getting stuff done and being out in the community. I think we have been more visible as a team in the community, and I appreciate when you show up at my meetings or introduce me, or we have opportunities to do those things together, because to me, that is a symbolism of teamwork, right? Whether we're at a dinner or whether we're at a community meeting or when we talk about those things. So things are good. We are doing good things for kids. And it's evidence because remember, when things are truly bad, eventually you see a decline in student achievement. Though we've had some times that have been turbulent and we have to work through those things, all the while, the people serving our children have kept the focus of every child by name and face to graduation with the intent to get to 90 by 20. And I know that this evaluation of the superintendent is one of the most important duties of a board of trustees, and that's for a good reason. We got 65,000 kids. You need to do your job and make sure that I'm doing my job. The superintendent, as the CEO of the district, is a leader of a complex organization in a community with many different needs and desires for the education of our children. I will continue to strive for excellence, as that is why I ask every day from my leadership team, students, staffs, and families. I am proud and honored to be the superintendent of Washoe County School District. I'll tell you, there's not a place I go that we don't talk about the work. If people had a snapshot to see what people were saying about our work in our district, they would be blown away because we are so innovative. But does that mean we're done? No, far be it from us being done. We still have a lot of work to do, and that's why we call it a continuous school improvement process. So I thank you for the opportunity to provide my additional comments. I will clean those drafts up and provide them to the necessary personnel as a, what did you call it, Howard? A response. A response. Yeah, okay, okay. We decided not to use your fancy word. Okay, thank you.
We decided not to use the fancy word of the college professor or the legals in the room. Nothing personal. Okay, we would like to have any public comment that you have for us at this time, JJ. Thank you, Superintendent Davis.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, thank you for sticking around, sir. You've got 3 minutes.
My name is John Eppolito. I have 3 kids in the district. I'm a former teacher, and I'm the president of Protect Nevada Children. I wanted to talk briefly about the one-to-one program at Incline High School.
I think you have to make the public comment have to be about this particular issue.
It's about Superintendent Davis's evaluation.
Okay, then you're all right, sir.
But
Go
my
ahead.
time has already gone by. I need 3 minutes.
Now you're wasting it. I'll give you 10 seconds back. Go. Go.
You know what? This is not okay. I've been sitting here for 3 hours.
Okay, John,
over 4 hours.
I will give you 3 minutes starting
All right,
now. How
thank
about
you.
that?
All right, that'll be good.
Okay, you got it.
The program was able to start because of large donations of laptops. The program was kicked off with a private meeting attended by Superintendent Davis, the Deputy Superintendent, the Area Superintendent, and several top district employees, and certain invited guests. Excluded were the parents. One current trustee and one of the trustees' candidates objected, but Superintendent Davis supported and attended the private meeting. In addition to the private meeting, the program was implemented at Incline High School without discussion or input from the faculty. The administrators misled the one-to-one committee, and they misled the parents. Here's the documentation. Because I was attempting to educate parents on all aspects of the one-to-one devices, including the student data mining, Vice Principal Yoxheimer told me, quote, "Find another high school," end quote. Because of my actions, my children have been spoken to inappropriately by at least 2 different teachers, which prompted a bullying investigation by the area superintendent. Ever since the private meeting, I've been educating local parents on the aspects of the one-to-one devices the district is neglecting. I guess the goal was for all students to take the free laptops paid for by the group, but it appears just under 50% of the students have taken them. Instead of allowing an open, honest, and transparent discussion on all aspects of the program, the tactic has been an attempt to silence the messenger, me, via a petition which is also attached, where about 90% of those signing remain anonymous. We are not sure if any district employees have signed. Some people were appalled by the petition, but the district's current position is that they will not get involved in the anonymous petition. If everything was done in an open, honest, and transparent manner, the petition would not be necessary. It is unfortunate that the superintendent will not intervene or take responsibility for what she has at least allowed, if not encouraged, at Incline Village High School. For the record, we are not against technology. We are for educating people on all aspects of technology and the one-to-one devices. This Reno Gazette-Journal article on the front page, November 30th, kind of sums up our concerns. The title is Security of Student Information Called into Question. Thank you.
Thank you. You left 30 seconds on the table, John. Any other public comment? Nope, not seeing other public comment. We'll come right back here to the board for any final comments any of my colleagues would like to make. Okay, no final comments. Then at this time, I will entertain a motion from the board on your pleasure as to accepting or not accepting the work of Nita. Thank you, Nita, and public policy, public impact, I should say. And then just as a note, I'm going to ask that motion not include any discussion regarding any bonus or compensation. We'll take that up at a future meeting, should the board so desire.
Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the superintendent's evaluation consistent with Nevada Revised Statute 241.031 and current employment agreement, and that also, superintendent, attach your response. Should we add that to the motion?
Would that be appropriate? Okay.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that the board accepts the evaluation with the inclusion of the response from Superintendent Davis. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. And again, thank you, everyone. I would just like to thank our colleagues, us together as a board, for honestly sharing your perspectives, your opinions, your data, all of those things that matter. Relationships do matter, as you said, Trustee Rosario, and I certainly want to show appreciation for Superintendent Davis, for your overall approach to opportunities for growth and where clarification is necessary.
Thank you.
It's a tough process, but it's an important process, so thank you very much. We do have a little bit of media here, so we're going to take a quick 5 minutes, and then we'll do our last. We have our last two agenda items after we take a quick five. Thank you, everybody. Okay, everybody, we will call this meeting back to order. We only have two remaining agenda items, but certainly this next one, agenda item 5.11, recognition of and presentations to Ryan Gonda, Dr. Diane Nicolette, Howard Rosenberg, and Lisa Rosario as outgoing members of the Board of Trustees for their service to the community and to the Washoe County School District. This is a presentation, and it said it's going to be heard after 10 p.m. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a 4. I'm sorry. After 4 p.m. My mistake. It was a typo, I think. After 4 p.m. And Irene Payne, who is our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer Extraordinaire.
So, good evening, President Taylor, trustees, Superintendent Davis. Now, it actually does say on the board report that, I'm presenting here, but actually, I'm the superintendent's happy little helper. So, the superintendent is doing the main part of the work, and I'm just going to run around a little bit and make sure everything falls into place. I am, particularly at this time of year as well. So Superintendent Davis, I'm handing over to you.
Yes, you are. And I can guarantee you we won't be here past 7:30 because I want to win. So we take the over and the under. How long are we going to be here? First of all, staff, we do. We always do. But this is kind of really important because we've had an opportunity to work together, serve, and I think and we kind of talked about this earlier about how long it would take a trustee to really figure out all the ins and outs of the district because it is a complex organization. And I said, well, I think I could do it in 2 years. And you're like, really? So first, we're going to talk about you, Dr. Diane. Definitely thank you for your service. And I love that your advocacy for early childhood, right? Because, you know, early childhood is special just like high school. Like there's a niche and a craft for every age level. And people sometimes don't understand that, but your love of early childhood exudes every time you talk about it. And I recall you sharing something with us, and I think I thought it was a turkey. Right. See, I'm not early childhood. So I was having some difficulties. But you've always challenged us and approached your questions in a way, because you say, Tracy, I know I'm bothering you, or this sounds silly. And I was, no, just ask, right? Because if you knew, you just don't know, right? But I think that have been really a learning opportunity for us because, you know, sometimes we fail to realize that we continue to do the work, right? The seats shift. So we assume, well, we did this 3 times, right? But that's not true. And so you've always challenged us to ask good questions so we can do the right thing. And I personally appreciate the opportunity, short opportunity as it is, to serve with you as a superintendent, and appreciate the many meetings we've been at. From the beginning too, I would always, you know, pop up and I'm like, man, she's here. And just to be in the community out with you. So thank you so much for your service.
My pleasure. Dr. Diane Nicolette, Dr. Di. Diane, one of the things that I appreciate most about you is that you are all you all the time. I mean, look, like Katie's back there now. You are all you all the time. And I mean, it's so fitting that you say, oh, first time I ever called you on the phone. Yes, President, my job was to reach out and call new board members right away. And so, oh, call me Doctor, I like Dr. Di. And we, you know, and we met, and immediately you began to ask questions and really wanting, and I teased you so much about get out of the weeds, but it was because you cared so much and wanted to know so much, because every decision that you made, you wanted to be thoughtful about. You didn't want to make a decision just because everyone else was saying aye. Yeah, that was not you. So you were going to ask as many questions as you had to get all of the information. You came in and knowing you were only going to be here about 20 minutes, but you were all in from day one. I mean, all in. So if I were giving you an award, I made up an award for you. You would have the award for giving the most hours in the least amount of time. That would be you. That would be you. So Diane, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. It has been an absolute honor to serve with you, Dr. Di.
On behalf of the staff, students, board, trustee, superintendent, thank you for your service. You know, it's a thankless job, but we appreciate what you've done for us. And we'll do a group hug or something like that. It's heavy. You can't really go. You have to hold it on the bottom. It's heavy.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I want to thank you. What did you say? I want to write that down.
I wrote it down. I'll give it to you.
Okay, good.
If you actually look at what we have in front of us and what we're saying, they don't match. Typically, they don't.
You do. I should buy you one. Okay.
So next up, we have Trustee Gonda. I remember our lunch. You remember our lunch? Yes, I remember our lunch. And I was like, is he going to crack a smile within the next 10 minutes? You're killing me, guy. I know some of my jokes are funny. It took about a month, and finally I got like a half a smile. But it was such a great meeting, and so I really want to thank you for your tireless efforts, and you provide the public with a judicial and honest opinion, right? It was interesting to have someone with that background, and I had some pretty good questions. I was like taking notes. What is he talking about, right? And can somebody, give me some background knowledge? Ryan's position as the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges provides the board with an astute view of students' lives inside and outside of the classroom. And that's one of the unique qualities that I think you bring to us, because you can see some other different vantage points. You've always been thoughtful in your answers, and I've been watching you lately. You got a little sense of humor. It just takes a little bit longer for us to figure it out, right? And you are extremely tall. I remember talking to you doing this. I was like, goodness gracious. But thank you so much. We live in the same area, and so you've always been out there at those challenges at Spanish Springs, and man, you think about the high school and the elementary school, and very, very apparent. So just appreciate your dedication and service to our students also.
Ryan, you have, one of the things I wanted to say earlier when John was talking about going to the barber is because you guys share the same barber. I just had to get that in there. But
It's a coffee break. But if we're both in there at the same time, it's lunch.
Okay, yeah, it's going to take a lot more time. But you came in, Ryan, and I remember when we were doing the interviews, and we were going back and forth, and you almost didn't make the finals, and then you won this thing. I mean, it's like, how did that happen? Neither do we, but you have added, I can't say what we thought you'd add because we didn't have any of that, but you added, we knew it would be a different perspective because you had a different background. You came in from a different place, and you came in a very, very, very tough situation. There's no other reason you would have walked into this other than the fact that you wanted to help. There is no other reason you would have been crazy enough to walk in at that time. And someone that really had no connection other than the fact that you had kids in the district. You ask the most thought-provoking questions that make us think, that challenge us, and you're kind of quiet there on the end. But if we're really, really quiet, I can hear your wheels turning in your head because you're always thinking. Yeah, so you hear them all the time. It has to be really quiet for me to hear them, but you can hear those. So if I were to give, but think about it, you'll ask a question that's like dang, that was a good question. I mean, and you'll say it and kind of trip somebody up without them knowing it, sort of. It's almost like, it's like when you walk away, it's like, wait,
What happened there?
did he just slap me? I'm not really sure. So your award, Ryan, would be you're the most thoughtful. You're the most thoughtful question asker, even though you look like you aren't paying attention. Because you look down there, you think you aren't paying attention, and then you ask some question that's like, oh, dang, that was great. But it has been a pleasure. No, you're gonna lose this bet. It's been a pleasure to serve with you, Ryan. It really, really has. Thank you.
But we won't be done by 7:30. I need to win the bet. Man, I'm excited to talk about this next person. Not that I'm not excited to talk about all of you, but this particular person is something special, and he has provided us some entertainment often. I get to go back to often. I go back to when I was a deputy, right? We've been together a while, and had some great opportunities. And man, I should probably start with I love you. Yeah, even though we don't always agree and we fight it out, right? And we had a fight today, I think. But see, that's it. That's okay. We find middle ground. Let me tell you something about Howard. Sometimes Howard is really an icon of somebody who sometimes gets misjudged. This man has a heart of gold. Howard does things that many people have no idea. And if you say he did it, he gonna pinch you or slap you. Do not say that I did that. I don't think you missed a graduation yet, have you? And I've been doing this for 4 years, 5 years. Every graduation I think you have been at. That's amazing because, man, that song gets long and those speeches get long by the third day, but has not missed one. I enjoy our connection as we talk about higher ed. And I think that's for me and you. You take the vantage point from higher ed, and I take it from K-12, and we don't always agree. Sometimes you'll say, Tracy, I don't understand this. Why are these kids this way? And I'm like, well, Howard, you know, they're probably Snapchatting, and you being slow and back in the 50s with your teaching, so we might want to add some stuff. But I know it's all... Yeah, and surely I want to win the over and under, so I'm going to wrap mine up right now. What I love about you is I remember I was like doing 50,000 meetings, started early in the morning, and you saw me 2 times, and it was like the end of the night, and I had one more function to go to, and I sat down, and I was like, I am starving, I need some protein. I don't even know what happened. Like, I'm just talking, and I appeared back, and there was, you went downstairs and found me a Chinese bowl of teriyaki, yes, and he was like, let me tell you what's going to happen right now. As I am your boss, you are going to sit down and eat because I don't want you to fall out, right? You remember that? And we share many memories just about kids and teaching and learning and the experiences, and I can tell you that it's been a joy, and it didn't happen overnight. Wow. But we get there, and so thank you for your service to our kids. Thank you for plenty of entertainment that I will be talking about when I retire and I write my book. And you can figure out which character you are.
It won't be hard to figure out which one is Howard. I mean, it just won't be. Howard, I guess the first thing I wrote down was just, what can I say? I mean, I'm one of the few people that went through the university that didn't take you in a class for some reason or another. I don't know how I don't know how I slipped by. I don't, but everybody knew about Howard Rosenberg. Everybody knew, and then as you became a regent, and so we got to work together a little bit in various capacities. I always knew of Howard Rosenberg, but I didn't really get to know Howard Rosenberg until I got on this board. And if there is one word I would use to describe you, it is, and Tracy has already used it, but I wrote it down 3 times, it's heart, heart, heart. You have a heart like nobody's business. And sometimes your heart is stuck a few decades ago and how you might say what you say, right? But it's your heart that always shines. And that's how you get away with saying some of the stuff that you say. And you do, and you do, because at the end of the day, it's never about your heart. You will defend this district. You will defend the kids. You will defend the staff. You will defend education. You will defend the superintendent to the hilt, because you have such a heart. Even kids that maybe other people have given up on, you do things that you don't think people notice, and every once in a while hear about some stuff. That's just your heart. And because you are, and because you are such you want to defend people and us and all of what we do and what this stands for so much, there are even times when you will say something that you shouldn't say at a board meeting, and it will do nothing because it's not even on the agenda. But don't let that stop you. It's just, right? Just don't let that stop you. But because it's important to you because of what's in your heart to get that out. So the award I have for you tonight, Howard, you are the one that will say the most while saying the least. Because sometimes it means absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Howard, you have known me since I was a kid. I appreciate you more than you will ever know.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Hello. Ooh, somebody I can hug.
Yes, you do. You know you do. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Oh, stop.
We saved the best for last, though. Of course. Oh, man, Lisa, there's so much to say about you, but I'm going to win this bet. No, but talk about charismatic. Talk about passion. when it comes to kids, and you have a long history with the Washoe County School District in this community, the passion around the safe and healthy schools. And for me, when I'm thinking about where we started and where we are today, we get to tell amazing stories about growth, about ensuring every child walks through the buildings and they are safe for any child. When you think about the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission and the work that you have moved that committee to, it was just a small dream you started with. And you kept dreaming, it kept getting bigger, and I was like, slow down, right? But how amazing is that commission to the work that we do for 64,000 kids? You get to get off this board and say, you know, I made a difference in the lives of children all the time. And Lisa has a very, 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 very warm heart. And she's soft-hearted sometimes too, which cracks me up, right? Like you have a soft heart too. One of the things I can appreciate about you, and this too has been fostered over 4 or 5 years. This is my 5th year, and I remember when we first met, we have similar loves for Macy's and good food and wine. But you have been a champion, not only a champion for kids, but a champion for this district. And you should be commended on all your hard work, because while you talk about how tough it is for my job, I know how tough it's been for you in this role as a trustee. I was here every step of the way, and what fortitude and resiliency you had to fight for what you believe was right for students. And when you sit here today, you get to say, you know, the fight was the right fight because we're doing amazing things. So thank you so much for your courage, your commitment, and I love you, sister.
I don't know about all that sister thing, but, you know. Oh, let me get clapping. Sorry, get a clap. Lisa is my designated start the applause person because her clap is so good and strong and mine isn't, which I know that because she told me that one day. That's why I know. Lisa Rosario, you have this one appearance on the outside and you have a different appearance on the inside. I don't know if you remember, but the first spirited conversation we had once I became a member of the board, you're asking me why my opinion on something, I don't even remember what it was. My opinion on something was as it was because you had a different opinion, so I explained it to you. And I mean, I had truly been on the board about, a minute and a half. And I explained it to you, and I was talking about what's right for the district, and I meant the district as a whole, the students and so on. And you let me go into my whole thing and all of that, and I probably had notes when I was talking to you because I know who I am. And when it was all said and done, I felt pretty good, like, got her. And you said, you didn't say anything about kids.
Get her.
Yeah. And to me, when I said district, I meant the kids, but that was not good enough for you. You needed me to specifically talk about the students. And I have continually, even as recently as when we were sitting in that room in Tracy's office when the tragic events of last Wednesday happened, I have seen you consistently choose kids at your own expense, sometimes personal, sometimes political. I mean, I have seen you choose kids. That will always be your legacy because it will stay it will stay here. I mean, legacy by definition is what stays behind after you're gone. And that stays behind after you're gone. And one of the things I learned about you, you're kind of stealth on some stuff sometimes. You'll do some things and no one will know that you're doing some things kind of behind the scenes, and you'll make a call or you'll find this out and you'll talk to someone. Oh, it's that stuff. So my award for you is the person who does the most while looking like you're doing the least. Because it is behind, no one will ever see that. Lisa, I do love you. You know that. And I have learned a tremendous amount from you.
We're not finished.
Oh, there's more. Oh, yeah, yes, there is more. Yes, I forgot. Yes, there is more.
So when JJ's ready.
Yeah, right? Neil's gonna get the lights.
Okay.
And I want to thank Communications for putting all this together for us. At a stressful time where there were things I just couldn't get done, all of us to show up, and we appreciate that.
Thank you for that. Thank you. We have one more meeting with you guys, though.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
Don't forget, one more meeting on the 20th. One more meeting. All right, finally, the last item on the agenda is information items, just one item is from Trustee Mayor, myself, and the Chief of Staff. This is information on proposed renovations and upgrades to the boardroom at the Central Administration Building. This is just for information. Come on up here, if you would, Chief of Staff Lasik. This is, I really should let John lead this, because this has been something John has been on for, what, 2 years?
When I was in kindergarten.
Well, that,
Was a little bit longer than 2 years.
okay, so you want to go ahead and lead us through it?
Sure.
Yes.
For the record, David Lasik, Chief of Staff. And yes, this has been probably a labor of love for Mr. Mayor for about 2 years. He's been on us to get the boardroom changed, and it wasn't always quite the right time, but I think now is quite the right time as we have a old board and a new board coming in to spruce it up a little bit. So can you bring up the attachment, please? Sorry, thank you. And One of the things that we'll be doing is getting rid of a lot of this mobile furniture, making it fixed, embedding technology. We're losing cameras every day, so our ability to stream the board meetings is quickly fading. So it'll include upgrades of cameras, computers, that type of thing, the microphones, make it a more fixed environment. It'll also cut down on staff time that we spend hours setting up and taking down from our board meetings. It will also provide the flexibility, and Trustee Nicolette actually asked this question, and we have a diagram up there. But each page 1 and page 2 are the possibilities of what it would look like. So that would that's the configuration in a board meeting, and the second page would be a configuration in a committee meeting. Like we often use this room for committees. So it still provides flexibility, even though it's fixed. But the technology would be embedded within a lot of in the dais, I guess, for that. So. Thank you to our capital project staff. We are not using any capital funding. We're using E-rate funding for this.
Please say that again.
Yes.
'Cause I think it's important to
We
note
are
that.
not using capital funding for this. We're using E-rate funding. E-rate is a technology-based funding, and so since the majority of this are technology upgrades, that funding is appropriate. So there's no expense to the general fund or to our capital fund. It's just reimbursements we get from the federal government.
Which is really the way, and thank you for finding a way to pay for it that way. We've often, we lean, we squint. Neil gets up when he remembers and turns on and off the light so we can see. That's my joke with Neil, to remind him to do that, because we want when people, more and more, we talk a lot and really are just continue to be committed to transparency and openness, and this is more inviting. It makes it easier for people to see the handouts and the presentations and the slides, and we want people to be able to see what's going on when they come to a meeting, and although we appreciate certainly what we have, it's time to make it even easier for people. We want to make it as easy as we can for them to be involved in what we're doing, and to be able to do this without an impact on general funds, with rebate monies, makes it even better. And it's something, again, that John's been on, Trustee Mayor's been on for 2 years.
Yeah, got it in the budget for 2 years, because this stuff.
Want to turn your mic on? Yeah.
This is so antiquated that people, first of all, the chairs made a big difference. People tell me that at least they don't have to sit on those iron chairs that we have, and to have the schools represented. But there's going to be big screen TVs and everything to be on that, and you will be able to know when somebody wants to vote or speak, and so it's going to be really, and I appreciate all your hard work. The only question is, will it be ready by the 20th so that these people can have it?
It will be ready by the 20th, in 2020.
Oh, 2020.
Well, so again, just information. One of the things that has been, I had to attend I was a part of a presentation at the Spark City Council meeting the other day, and I was like, man, we need to be able to have something that feels as inviting, as open, that you can see in our place. And certainly knowing that this was coming, it made me, I would have sat there and felt sad. I really would have. But knowing that this 2-year project's long time coming, E-rate funding's available, and you've done a great job, David and JJ, to put this together, to talk to people and find out what we need. And I'm sure the staff will appreciate it, because they're going to come running in here as soon as I do this gavel, so they can break down and leave. They won't have to do that kind of thing as much, anymore. Someone's got to, close up the place, but it would just be a whole lot better.
10 minutes.
Okay? So it's just information. Any questions, comments, anybody? Because it's just informational. Katie, you'll have that new format for your student advisory board meetings?
When will it be ready?
Well,
Your wish.
Yeah, my wish would be over Christmas break, but probably not. So yeah, we'll have to figure it into when the schools and capital projects can fit it into their schedule.
Yeah, first thing first is schools. First thing first is schools. So, okay. So David, thank you very much. Trustee Mayor, thank you for getting this on the radar. Any public comment? No public comment. Okay, our meeting is adjourned. Remember, our next meeting is our special meeting on the it is 9 a.m. 9 a.m. next Tuesday. And then don't forget, we have our orientation for our new board on Thursday morning, and then any returning board members that want to come for that first part, we certainly would love to have you. We're adjourned.